Hello, ladies and gentlemen, give me a second. I think I have to fix my green screen. Give me one second. Just one. There, fixed. I knew I should have done that, but I also thought maybe it's dark enough outside, but no, it's not. There was too much light coming through the window. Yeah, the usual. So, what's the plan for today, ladies and gentlemen? We are watching videos, and actually we are doing something that we never did before. We gonna read a little article. So I've seen a thumbnail and the title of a video. So yeah, Bethesda's reaction to Microsoft taking away their IPs and giving them to other studios. Oh boy, fun times. Also, let's try something out. We are going to AI technologies. Noise suppression. We activate it. And now I might have to now we might have to change some settings in OBS. We are using the processor to do so. Okay, that's only for microphone. I have no idea if it works or not. Wait, actually, wait, give me a second. We go for properties. Now we change to AMD V. It changed. And there is a I'm even, the thing is, I don't even know if it works or not. And yes, the thing is in German. So give me a second. We test things out. Okay. Microphone test. We put on Rauschunterdrückung on AMD, and now we are seeing if it works or not. Fun times. And now I go here, go there, so you don't see everything. Shit. Which one is it? From the 17th, no, 18th. 18th. There's only one. Let's stop the music, or we have a double audio. Let's... no, we don't need that. Okay. Let's take a listen. Okay. Microphone. Okay, we will not do that. Everyone that was there and heard that, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. So rule number one, never fuck with your audio settings while you are streaming. What was that? Why did I peak so much? Don't tell me. Filters look completely fine. filters look fine. So why is my... Oh my god, I'm sweating like a pig now. Wait, can I just wear a green t-shirt while having green screen on? Oh my god, okay. I thought I would be invisible. Guess not. Good to know. Well, I'm partly invisible. See that? I'm partly invisible. I'm a predator. Oh. Okay. That escalated quickly. So, yeah, we have a case of stupid liberal that doesn't understand what's going on. Let's take a look.
Because when you lock things up, for example, you don't sell as many of them. We've kind of proven that pretty conclusively.
He's a fast talker, that Walgreens executive, so I'm going to repeat what he said there. When you lock things up, you don't sell as many of them.
Yes.
Yeah, man. So maybe don't do it.
The thing is that for the ones who aren't in on it, that don't know, the reason why Walgreens locks up stuff is because these things are getting stolen all the time. And I mean all the time, otherwise they wouldn't lock them up. Because they lock only things up that are getting stolen a lot. Literally, because that's why other things aren't being locked up. Now I can't... Why is my microphone peaking? What the What the... Don't tell me. Microsoft, did you change something? My audio settings were fucked by Microsoft. Again. I hate Microsoft. I hate Windows. Worst thing ever. Okay, let's do this again.
Because when you lock things up, for example, you don't sell as many of them. We've kind of proven that pretty conclusively.
He's a fast talker, that Walgreens executive, so I'm going to repeat what he said there. When you lock things up, you don't sell as many of them. Yeah, man. So maybe don't do it.
So, what he doesn't understand is, and what some people might not know because they aren't in on it, Walgreens and other stores in America, and now in Germany too, I wonder why, lock things up because they're getting stolen so often that they have to lock them up. They are better off locking them up and selling less than not locking them up and having them being stolen. Well, they also could just not have these things. That personally, if I had something that I know, oh yeah, that's getting stolen all the time and only by a certain group of people, I just wouldn't have that thing anymore. So to completely alienate that group of people to even come to the store, I think that would be even a better thing. I think that would even be better. Maybe they should do that. Walgreens, if you hear this, just throw all this stuff that's getting stolen out of your store. Just don't sell it anymore. There, problem solution.
And yet, they have no plans to stop. Maybe they own the plexiglass company or something. Whatever the reason, they would rather hurt their own business and make all of their remaining customers furious than let a few people get away with shoplifting. Probably because some spreadsheet told them it would save half a cent a year or something.
No, it's because the theft is so bad that they are losing money. Which he doesn't want to admit because he's so stupid and so indoctrinated by his peers that he can't look over, how is it called? How would I say it in English? I don't know. In German it's über den Tellerrand gucken. Looking over the edge of his... Oh, what's his teller in German? In English. His plate. Over the edge of his plate. He's unable to do that.
Something.
It's so stupid. This is like this type of behavior is like the most Reddit coded.
Yeah.
Well, it doesn't matter if people engage in destructive behavior because in the broader scheme of things, it's okay for me to do this.
Yeah.
Also, yeah, they have less sales, but they also have less thefts. So, like, basically, if you have 50% less sales, but 95% less thefts,
yeah,
then it would maybe be a financially good decision.
Yes.
Because when you lock things up...
Exactly. And that's why they're doing it. Everyone with a brain would do the exact same thing. But of course, he doesn't understand it because he has no brain. That's the problem. The no brain. Give me a second. I have to deactivate the notifications for that one. Okay. So, oh my god. This has 15 million views, yes, and we all know why. And the funny thing is, I mean, why is she wearing that? Are the rules saying that she has to wear that? I can guarantee you not. If a man would wear something this skimpy, man. This was unthinkable 5 years ago. What is it? What is it?
Fucking good news. Andy Serkis interview about his upcoming Lord of the Rings movie. Andy Serkis defends lack of diversity in Lord of the Rings cast. Whoa, what?
Oh,
this
no.
is a summary. And lack of diversity.
Oh no, he's literally destroying his legacy. Oh no. Why don't you shut up? No. Oh god. Like, why do these people that have super success always have to start talking and ruin everything?
Hunt for Gollum. Tolkien himself was influenced by a lot of Norse mythology. There's a lot of that feeling. The Shire feels very white, you know? They're not very concerned with what goes on beyond the borders of the Shire, but they do know that they don't want people coming in. Yes, there have been criticisms, he says, acknowledging arguments for now almost a quarter of a century old. This particular film somewhat acknowledges that, but I don't think that we'll be doing politically correct, just casting for the sake of casting and ticking boxes version of the film, so it's only where it's relevant, basically.
Oh, okay, yeah. So everything stays the way it's supposed to be. There won't be any black hobbits. And the dark-skinned people are the people that are from the south, I would guess. And yeah, that's great news. That's great news. Completely ignore what I said just 10 seconds ago.
Thank God. People are finally tired of this shit.
I feel like I've been an elf my whole life, so it feels very validating to go and actually be able to do it as a job. I'm a huge fan of Lord of the Rings. I'm a huge fan of Andy. And so I think just being able to be a part of this world and to inhabit this character is a dream come true.
Mm-hmm. This is the teaser. This is the hunt for Gollum.
Here we go, onto the mocap stage for day one.
Thank you, everyone. Standing by to shoot.
Remember, he did the original Gollum about almost 20 years ago. So he's not about 20 years older. And I can guarantee you not as fit. That's
very exciting.
And roll camera.
And action.
He's so good. Oh my God. Jesus.
To be fair, that was good. That was good. That was cinema.
The entire Lord of the Rings team who worked on the originals are reassembled for a start. It will feel like...
Wait, what? The original Lord of the Rings team is being reassembled for this? Lord of the Rings, not The Hobbit. Lord of the Rings.
Like a proper Middle-earth film,
Damn.
there's no question. A lot of the filmmaking techniques harken back to the first trilogy. So I think it'll be a great marriage of a new story and an intimate story within the lore and world of the Middle-earth that we all love.
That's insane. I didn't know they had all those people coming in. Is this the...
That's interesting.
Oh my god, that's him from back then?
That then became
Galen.
He was almost cast from the second that we met him.
Take it off us! It hurts us!
Oh my god, he's so good.
And it was really in that audition that I came to realize something that it never really occurred to me, and that the voice and the facial expressions and the energy are related.
His approach was so intense, and he gave absolutely everything every day and physically.
Yeah, some of these people put so much work and time and effort into this, it's insane. I think it's awesome, man.
The Guardian already hates the idea of this movie, so it has a possibility of being good. That's always...
Yes, exactly. If the mainstream media hates it, it's good.
A good sign. Previous Lord of the Rings film made before colorblind casting became common. I don't think they're doing colorblind casting because every single time you never have any of the universally evil or bad characters that are being race swapped. It's always the morally good, universally good characters. I can very clearly see that you are trying to change and give ownership of these different myths and these stories. It's about ancient Europe. Like, that's what it's about.
Exactly.
There weren't any black people there. That's just the way it is.
Yeah.
I think that everybody knows that that's what's happening, and I think that's the reason why people have been so far against it.
Yeah. These people just hate white people, and that's because the people that control them hate white people. And yes, we are talking about this one just right now. Right now. And that was a bad ending for this video. Bad ending. So give me a second. This is going to be hard on me. This is going to be hard. So, Bethesda Game Studios. Actually, music. Again, Bethesda Game Studios. A note from Bethesda Game Studios. Oh god, I'm looking. Give me a second. I guess I'm too green. I guess I'm too green. There. Happy OBS, stupid green screen. Okay. There. Better. Okay. Okay, here we go again. So, Bethesda has a situation. They responded to Microsoft basically taking away all the IPs. A note from Bethesda Game Studio. We love making these worlds as much as you love playing them. Today we want to share what's next for Bethesda Game Studios and what you can expect from us in the years ahead. Well, my guess is nothing. Because you're trash. You're literally trash. For 40 years. We built games that have entertained almost 500 million players. More than just games, these are worlds. Worlds for you to explore, shape and make your own worlds we return to together. Well, let's be fair. 500 million people? You might want to reduce that by half, because how many people have several versions of the same game just being re-released? I don't think that. I think all these numbers are in here. So it's not 500 million. It's not 500 million. I mean, their games are big, but they're basically just big in the West, I would say. That's my opinion, my humble one. That's what's driving us forward. We are investing more deeply in the worlds players love. Really? Giving creators a bigger role in their... Wait. Giving creators a bigger role in shaping their experiences and bringing our teams closer together so we can get our games into your hands sooner, support them longer and continue building them alongside you for decades to come. Building them alongside you for decades to come? Are they talking about all the modders that fix their games? And mod their games to be better than they originally are? Because their games are... Let's be fair here. Bethesda games are mediocre. They are 5 out of 5s and not better. Then modders come and make them actually good. That's at least the... But at least in the past 15, 16 years, that's what, you know, it seems like they did. That's what's going on. Starfield continues. Oh, great. With over 17 million players logging almost 1 billion hours to date, I don't believe for a second that they have 70 million players on that game. You know what? And yes, this is a game I'm interested in playing. Multiplayer, even with this little player numbers. How was it called? Stellar? No? No? It's not Stellar Blade, sadly. What was it called? Starfield. Starfield. I mean, to be fair, the concurrent success is success. Player numbers are the same as Marathon or even higher. Let's see. Marathon. Yeah, see, it's about the same. They had a higher peak, but that doesn't matter. I mean, sure, they definitely had a couple million people buying the game, but not 17. I don't believe that for a second. Maybe they had so many people play it because it was on the Xbox Game Pass or something like that. You know, where they could play it for free. That would explain the amount of players. But I can also tell you definitely that the majority of these players, I mean, look at this. No one is playing this game. Almost no one is playing this game. Because it's not that great. Where were we? Starfield remains an important part of our future. If you say so. As we enter year 3, we will continue expanding these settled systems with new stories. What do you mean new? There's basically no old stories. Targeted gameplay improvements and additional updates while preparing for the launch of new Starbound content next year. What will it bring back? I don't know. 100,000 people and then they just leave again because it's shit, like everything you do. More than 40% of players already customize the experience through creations, mods, and we will continue investing in creators and giving players new ways to make Starfield their own. What does that translate into for you? For me, this translates to more mods you can pay for. There. That's what this is. There will be more mods for you to pay. Yeah. It's Bethesda. It's Bethesda, of course. Created by players. Told you. Told you. We have believed from the beginning that our worlds belong not only to the people who make them, but also to the people who play them. AKA, oh, you paid for the game? Oh yeah, it's yours. Which is not what they mean. Because they are now with Microsoft, and Microsoft don't believe in things like that. That's why we have long provided players with the tools to create their own experiences. You are supporting modding actively? I've never heard of that. Dating back to the Morrowind construction sets. Oh, okay. I guess I was wrong. This year marked another major milestone for creations with its expansion to Fallout 4. So you were lying. They literally said, oh yeah, we have this in forever in all our games. But oh yeah, now we bring it to Fallout 4. Man, those lying bitches. Joining Skyrim and Starfield. Okay, but what about Oblivion? One paragraph full of lies. Full of lies. We are proud to say creators have already earned more than $10 million in royalties from their work. I told you. Paid mods. Paid mods. Oh, you want bigger. And it's not even the mods that people want, you know. Super hot chicks. I bet you can't have that. Because it's against our policies. You can't do that. So all the characters have to be ugly as fuck. Because that's what modern audiences want, right? Fuck you, people. The future of Fallout. They lost the rights to that. So let's see how they spin that. Fallout is one of our biggest priorities today. Really? Really? Fallout 5 remains our long-range destination. I've never heard of that before. That's in development or planned to come out anywhere, anytime soon, or at all. And we have multiple Fallout projects in active development right now. Okay. Good. I get. Well, is it? Fallout 76. I mean, that can, by the way, mean anything. That they are literally sitting there and developing assets and shit like that, making levels, or they are just talking about it. Because talking about it is also developing it. Fallout 76 continues to be home to millions of players exploring people. Where were we? Fallout 76 continues to be home to millions of players exploring Appalachia together. With nearly 73 updates released to date, the journey is far from over. In fact, we have a major Fallout 76 expansion planned for next year. Ravenrock, the prequel, great, story to Fallout 3. Okay. Why can't that be its own game? I wonder why. Fallout 4, the most award-winning game in the franchise, just celebrated its 10-year anniversary and recently passed over 35 million copies sold, continuing to attract a new audience every year. Does it? I wouldn't even be sure about that. We also know many players want to revisit previous Fallout experiences. Oh baby. Yeah, I guess, oh yeah, we are making remakes or something like that. We are not announcing any dates today. Of course not. I mean, you are bad at announcing anything. We have been working on remasters for both Fallout 3 and Fallout New Vegas. But will the games be good? I have played Fallout 3, I hated it. I played 8 hours of Fallout 3, I hated everything outside of the vault. Everything in the vault was fun. Outside the vault was horrible. Fallout Shelter continues to be the most popular way to experience Fallout on the go, with more than 250 million players. There's more ahead for Fallout Shelter, including new seasons. So their mobile game has seasons. Great. An unscripted Fallout Shelter television project is also in an unscripted Fallout Shelter television project is also in the works with our partners at Amazon Studios EU and Kilter Films. Never heard of Kilter Films. With Amazon Studios? Yeah, EU. Yeah, no. I wouldn't work with them. We would like to congratulate Killer Films and Amazon Studios on the 10 Emmy nominations for Fallout Season 2. Production on Season 3 is already underway. Okay, so that show is successful. I've watched most of the first season and then I lost all interest because of it's whatever. It's not interesting to me at all. I think you have to kind of be a fan of Fallout to like the show. I was like sitting there, yeah, whatever. And we won't host a traditional Fallout Day broadcast this year. We are already planning some... Wait. And while we won't host a traditional Fallout Day broadcast this year. Okay. We are already planning something special for Fallout's 30th anniversary in 2027. When Fallout Day will be celebrated live in Washington DC. Oh yeah. Who cares? Do you guys care about this? Does anyone care about anything this studio does? Studio collaborations. They call it collaborations. We call it you have taken the rights away. Have taken your rights away from your IPs there. Oh Jesus, my throat is already completely dry. I just saw something very, very bad. Creation Engine 3. Everything to its time. Studio collaboration. The Wasteland continues to expand as we team up once again with our longtime friends at Obsidian Entertainment. Weren't that the guys that made Baldur's Gate 3? I am not 100% sure. We are happy to confirm they are working with us on a new Fallout project. We have more to share in the future. Sure. We are also bringing our teams closer together across Bethesda. ZeniMax Online Studios will partner closely with Bethesda Game Studios on the Elder Scrolls franchise. This way they all coming after the Elder Scrolls Online team got fired. Yeah. The Elder Scrolls franchise, while continuing to deliver incredibly new experiences for the Elder Scrolls Online. Season 1 Return of the Thieves Guild recently launched, and the team has more planned for the future. By aligning more directly across the franchise, we can create even better experiences for players. Is that a new team that works on the game? Because I would have guessed that the game would shut down soon, now that the studio doesn't exist anymore. That's the thing that would make the most sense, right? That the game will shut down. I don't know. Bringing our teams closer together is helping us build a stronger foundation for everything we can create next. So what I get out of that is a bunch of people are being fired, and the remaining people will be put together into less teams because they don't have enough people anymore for all the teams, and that makes it better. Okay. That's literally what this is. This is oh yeah, we fired a bunch of people and create new teams with the remaining people. This is literally what this is. There's nothing more to this. The Elder Scrolls and beyond. The foundation extends beyond our teams to the technology tools and systems that will power the next generation of Bethesda RPGs. You remember last year, I think it was, or it was right after, but very shortly after Starfield came out, that they said, oh yeah, we will change engine to Unreal Engine and use that in the future. Remember that, right? Our teams are now developing the Elder Scrolls 6 and Fallout 5 on Creation Engine 3. Oh no. Shared technology platform we have been building since Starfield's launch. It allows our team to support multiple projects simultaneously. What? With new tools, rendering and systems that define our games. What? That makes no sense to me. What do they mean by that? Is it something like, oh, now we can work on several projects at the same time with this engine? But why wouldn't you be able to do that with the old engine? It makes no sense. Am I misunderstanding this? Or is the phrasing just in a way to make people misunderstand things? Or is this just PR? Might just be PR. Fallout 5 is currently in pre-production. They're talking about it. They're making some art sketches to see where to go. Yeah. The Elder Scrolls 6 is our primary development focus today. With the majority of our team currently working on the next chapter of the franchise. With over 65 million copies sold, players are still exploring Skyrim 15 years later. But we know it's been a very long wait for the sequel. The next chapter is on the way. We are where we planned to be, loving how it looks and playing it every day. Really? I thought it's still in development, so how are you playing it every day? Oh, this is such a marketing thing. The road ahead. The road ahead. Oh, I wonder what's coming. Across Bethesda Game Studios, we are building for the future of Fallout, the Elder Scrolls and Starfield. Fallout 76. I wonder how the future of Starfield looks. Yeah, looks like. I wonder. Is there even a future? I can see that they make substantial money from selling DLC to, I don't know, 100,000 people? I don't see that. We are investing in our technology. Your technology is shit. And it's shit for decades. Bringing teams closer together. A lot of people got fired, so we have to merge teams. Supporting our live games. What else would you do? You have no choice. Expanding into new forms of entertainment. Oh, that's 100% just. That's just PR. That's just there to do this part. Expanding into new forms of entertainment is just there to sound good. That's all that this is. And developing the next generation of Bethesda RPGs. What RPGs? You haven't made an RPG since Skyrim. Or Fallout 3, or whichever came last. We couldn't be more excited for what's ahead and wanted to share as much as we could today. We can't thank you enough for all you have given to us and these worlds. And we can't wait to continue them together with Bethesda Game Studios. So this entire article is people got fired, entire studios got fired and closed down. Teams are merging because we have to save money and people got fired. But oh look, it all looks good because we are working on new stuff, and we are, oh look, we are supporting the stuff that's already out. We continue to do that. I mean, I'm really curious how they support the Elder Scrolls Online when the entire studios got fired. Now that is the main thing here, where I'm curious. How do they do that? Is it a complete new studio? Or is it a small team and a different studio? I have no idea what they are doing there. I would be surprised if that game will just shut down and go into maintenance mode now and then shut down in a year or something like that. Because they already had bad press by laying off the studio, so they don't want to just shut down game because that would be even more bad press for them. So they do that in half a year, Also, they are obviously going back on their, oh yeah, we are now using Unreal Engine because, oh, Creation Engine 3. Oh great. Oh great. I swear to God, if the first game comes out with Creation Engine 3 and it just looks like the Creation Engine 2 game, I think Bethesda should just shut down then. If the Creation Engine 3 graphics aren't on a level where they can at least compete, they don't have to be as good as Unreal Engine 5, right? But they have to be able to kind of compete with them. Then what was the point? What was the point? Because we have to keep in mind, Creation Engine 3 2 games. Graphically, they look worse than good, really well optimized and well done Unreal Engine 3 games. Unreal Engine 3 games look way better. The Batman, Arkham, whatever games that came out on PS3 times, right? They look way better than everything that came out with Creation Engine 2. Those games look better than than fucking Starfield. And Starfield came out in 2023. What is this? Now, if a Unreal Engine 3 game is graphically, like Starfield, then yeah, I would be fine with it because it's Unreal Engine 3. So it looks really good for being Unreal Engine 3. But, yeah. Yeah, no. How about no? So yeah, this is the basically the roundup of this. A lot of people got fired. We are merging teams. We are guess we don't use Unreal Engine. We just make our own engine, the third version of the creation engine. Great. I can see this working out. I don't think this will be a good thing. The creation engine 3. I think that thing will suck. I think it will be really bad. Just like 2, you know. And fundamentally, that's it. Yeah. We are in trouble, but hey, they fundamentally just took all the negative press, all the negative things that happened, and said, "Oh yeah, this stuff is actually good." That's what this is. That is literally what this is. Just making all the bad things seem to be good. Isn't that funny? Yeah. And with that, we are at the end of this video, my friends. And if you want to see more like this, subscribe. If you liked it, give it a like. And let me know in the comments, what do you think is going to happen with all this crap? What is going to happen? Let me know. See you next time. Bye bye. There. What a shit show. What a shit show. Oh. What a shit show. Why is that still fucking on my... I don't want to see that tattooed nasty creature. Went to the White House, what? Asmongold got invited to the White House. Wait, what? What? He got invited to the White House? Let's hear this.
This is nuts to me that Stay Safe went to the White House. This is a guy, like, we played classic WoW together. Can you believe that? Oh my, could have been you. I did get invited. I'm gonna give you the real reason why I didn't go for the 250, the UFC thing, because I was worried it was gonna get bombed. And I should have, honestly, I mean, you know, like, it's like Trump said, man, you gotta go somehow, right? Like, and I am a massive bitch. I definitely should go. Oh my god. I think this is so fucking cool, man. That is amazing. Jesus. You were nervous. I'm also very antisocial. Like, that's another big reason why. I mean, I could talk around it, but that's really the truth. I'm just a super antisocial, you know, I keep to myself kind of guy, right? So it's harder for me to, like, get out there and go and do stuff because I'm just not really that kind of guy. I'm a recluse, right? I'm a hermit. This is...
So he got invited to the freaking White House. That's cool. It's actually cool. Good for him. But then, you know, he didn't go. Of course he didn't go. What is... Oh, Umamuzuma, yeah. GPU plus RAM plus SSD. Man, I'm so happy I got my GPU at $550. It was reduced in price by 20%, I think. Down from over 600. Why that's alone because the wife sucks. Don't have friends? Oh, because their wives are abusive. Oh, right. I wanted to react to this one. So, Kira is looking at this guy again. We have reacted to one Kira video about one of the games of this guy. I think it was a Kira video. And it came out last year and completely flopped. No one wanted that. Now, he has brought out a new game. And I even looked at it. And I thought it was kind of interesting because it reminded me of... how was it called? The mech game from the Apex creators. I completely forgot the name. And one of my favorite multiplayer games of all time, Blacklight Retribution. But I saw what the studio did before, knowing then that this guy was in on it, and I went, oh yeah, no, I'm not buying that. So let's see what is going on. I guess, I mean, looking at the player count that we see here, the game completely flopped. And this was his last chance.
What up, friendos? Welcome back. You remember this guy, right? The Splitgate dude who paid presumably hundreds of thousands of dollars to get up on stage wearing a Make FPS Great Again hat and a big toy prop baseball bat and announced to the world that Splitgate 2 was coming, and this game, as the top comment reads, this ain't your grandma's FPS, Imagine Dragons starts playing. Announced the game in the most ridiculous fashion possible, essentially saying the classic, why Splitgate 2? Well, because I used to play Halo, and Halo was great, and also I wish that Titanfall 3 could be made. So I've made a game that isn't like either of those two games.
Yeah.
And cue Imagine Dragons.
That was a problem. The game was not like any of these. That's a huge problem.
I'm taking you back to classic FPS's here's our battle royale game. And this was the whole announcement. And then he just sort of like walks away, and a whole bunch of drama spawns from that because the hat... Oh, it's political messaging, whatever, not getting into that. I couldn't really fucking care, to be honest. But after Splitgate 2 came out, the game just didn't do good whatsoever. As you can see, it peaked at 20...
Complete flop.
5,000 players, which is really good for an indie game.
Yeah.
Devoid of the context that this studio was allegedly invested in, to the tune of like... I can't remember specifically, but I believe it was over $100 million, and the investors at the time who were putting money into this said that the franchise could be valued like in the billions of dollars.
Investors, by the way, super smart people, right? But obviously not. How would you evaluate a franchise with basically no players, right? Even let's say they have 150,000 people, players, like overall, that's nothing. Why would you evaluate this as a franchise being over $1 billion? Why would you do that? How stupid do you have to be to look at... Didn't you look at numbers? No, they didn't. I think they just literally went with feelings or what the guy said. That's my only explanation here. Because this is just stupid. And this is why you can't listen to investors. investors deserve to lose their money if they make decisions like that. They deserve that. This is stupid. Oh, it's worth billions. No, it's not.
Which is, it just goes to show how different the games industry was like 3, 4, 5 years ago to what it is now. Because right now, companies like Microsoft and Sony won't even invest a couple $100 million in tried and true franchises. Yeah. But 4 or 5 years ago, people were investing hundreds of millions of dollars in random FPS game with no really built-in market that anyone would care about. So
exactly.
Splitgate 2 came
That's
out.
A problem.
It almost immediately just completely cratered in population, continued to do so to the point where it was like indie game on Steam for a couple dollars worth of player count. And then they announced, oh, here's the new thing we're going to do. Don't worry, we're not abandoning the game. This is all going somewhere, by the way. I'm just giving you the history so you understand. We're not abandoning the game. We're just going to rebrand from Splitgate 2 to Splitgate Arena Reloaded. And obviously, like...
Yeah, because that always worked, right? In the past. Always worked.
Who really cared about this? It got like a little bump in population and then almost immediately dwindled back into a fairly low player base. But when this happened, it was announced that this studio was also working on another game, which...
Oh, no.
I don't know how you... They did layoffs back at the release of this thing.
Of course.
And obviously when you see a studio...
That's literally what always happens. They always fire people when they release because the money is gone.
That's already quite small, do layoffs, and then say, well, oh, we're also working on another game. You are essentially announcing that the game that you're working on is all but dead. You're pretty much abandoning it, even without saying so. And then it was announced that this...
It would have been fine if they said, yeah, we are working on a major expansion of the game with a different game mode. That would be completely different, right? But it's a different game, so yeah, what should people think? Of course they think that you're abandoning the project.
This thing called Impulse was gonna release, and bear in mind, right?
That's a game where I looked at and said, oh yeah, this looks interesting, and I do think it's looking interesting. But seeing that the studio's involved, I want nothing to do with it.
I heard that this was happening. I heard this was in development, but I thought it was one of those things like, oh, in a couple of years' time, they'll try again and their new game will release. So colour me very fucking shocked when I saw this headline. After Impulse Early Access launch, 1047 Games has more layoffs. And in my brain, when I read this, I went, 1047 Games, isn't that the Splitgate studio? What do you mean after Impulse Early Access launch? Yeah. How was this game launched so quickly and why had I heard nothing about it? Absolutely nothing. Had no idea this game had released. And usually I'll see something at least on social media even if I don't really super closely follow the game. So this apparently released on the 24th of June to 10% of the peak population of their game they just abandoned.
Yeah.
And... then this is just dying as well. And if you look at what...
Of course it's dying, because why would... I would guess it's mediocre. That's the problem. And I would also guess it has only one game mode. Which is a problem. Back in the day, right? I mean, hear me out. Unreal Tournament, the first Unreal Tournament, purely single player game. But it has bots which you can play against, which was a huge thing back in the day, because this way you can play a multiplayer game alone, right? If you have no internet connection or friends or whatsoever, you can at least play the game alone, which is what I did. I literally did that. I loved that. It was a lot of fun. But this game also released with, I don't know, deathmatch, team deathmatch, capture the flag, domination, hold position thingy. I think that was domination. I'm not sure. And I think that was assault. where one team is attacking, one is defending a base. Six game modes that I remember. 6 game modes in one game. And that's just a multiplayer game. Six game modes. A lot of variety. You play the game modes that you like to play. What are multiplayer games today? 1 game mod. And you either like it or not. And well, look at Highguard. Look at Impulse. Look at all these multiplayer games that have 1 game mode and then it's kind of, you know, whatever. I mean, if the game mode is really, 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 really interesting, then yeah. But if there are a lot of games with this specific game mode and they are better or came out earlier and are just, why would people switch? Why? Why would they? I mean, imagine if a multiplayer game comes out. It has Battle Royale. It has an extraction mode. Well, extraction maybe not, because that's too much. Oh yeah, you keep loot and stuff like that. But it has a Battle Royale, deathmatch, team deathmatch, capture the flag, domination, assault that I mentioned. That's a lot of things. Collecting tags of kills in team deathmatch, which basically that. 7 game modes. Imagine a multiplayer game coming out with 7 game modes. Oh, you don't like that there's another Battle Royale? Well, you have 6 other game modes in this game that you can play. Oh, you don't like the assault thingy? Well, there are 6 other game modes in this game that you can play. Imagine you can also have custom servers made by players. Which also means that you don't need to host all the servers as the publisher or the company that runs the game. But you can also make this game, you can sell skins. You can still sell skins. You can still do that if you want. That's literally game idea here. And the thing is, you don't need to be having a super realistic game here. It can be like, I don't know, a super old school weapon style game. I'm really surprised that modern action games all go for those kind of realistic weapons, even sci-fi games. They are never rocket launchers or anything like that, which is really, really boring. Modern games are literally all the same stuff, which to me is super, super boring. But hey, what do I know, right? I'm just playing games for almost 40 years. I just have played almost every genre, and yeah, what do I know?
This game is, it kind of explains where this studio is at, because it's basically a clone of just like a Temu version of Titanfall 2 multiplayer. Like, I'll show you the trailer so you know what I'm talking about. I'm gonna have to mute the music because for whatever reason these guys are just obsessed with, like, oh, we're not like everybody else, insert edgy, just like not really super fitting music. But as you can see, it's just, I mean, it doesn't look terrible. It's whatever, right? It's a game that looks like very heavily inspired by Titanfall, which makes sense considering the guy did get on stage and make an absolute twat of himself talking about oh, we're making, you know, we want to make games because Titanfall 2 is not here, and then I'm going to release an vastly inferior product to Titan 2, and that's just the game. And as you can see, it's mostly positive, so the people that have played it are like, yeah, you know, I don't mind this game. It's really interesting that the games industry is where it is, because if this game came out like 20 years ago, it would probably be quite popular. But because it's released in 2026, it's like, oh,
I agree with them. Because back in the day, you didn't have the games like this. It's very, very simple.
I don't even think the game's bad, but I'm not going to play it long term. Like, this game has no future. That's sort of where you're at if you're launching a live service game in 2026, and it's not.
Yeah, my dudes, I'd rather go and play Quake, not Champions, Quake Live, which is literally just Quake free. Has almost no players, but I'd rather go and play that. I'd rather go and play that. Game is old AF. And look at this, last record update. Now is that... No, that's not when the last update came, right? Okay. Release date 2014. Released, all the old guys went there, played it, and then they were like, yep, that's Quake free. It's Quake free. But yeah.
One of the standouts, or you're not a tiny studio with like a really tiny budget and sell tons of microtransactions. So this released, and then obviously they are immediately hit by more layoffs. But some of the stuff surrounding this that I wanted to talk about, because it's just funny and weird. This is it.
What?
This is what was posted on the Reddit that was being promoted on TikTok. Play Impulse. Paint bombs after the battlefields. And it's just some random, like, goth girl.
What?
I don't even want to say it. It's just some, like, e-girl.
What is this marketing?
Like, oh, I'm goth, because that's an aesthetic that apparently simps love. So I'm goth, and he
Jesus.
Here's an advertisement for the game, right? And you can see here, that looks like it's the official Impulse channel. I don't know whether it is or not, but it's just AI, like, stock theme music, random big titty e-girl dancing at the beginning to get clicks, because that'll be the thumbnail for TikTok, presumably. And then it's just AI voice talking about, oh, mate, come and play Impulse, this is fucking sick. So 1047 replies to this, and they dispel the myth, and they're like, hey all, thanks for flagging this to us. We have a UA agency using the TikTok One program, which allows for creators to make videos for a brand. So they're just letting anybody apparently make videos to advertise their game, which is already a damning indictment of where the game is. Yeah. And it says, if they perform well, the brand has the option to promote the videos further, which we will not be doing. I mean, it's effective marketing, but obviously this shouldn't have existed ever. Is this happening for other games? I don't really know. But obviously this looks
no clue.
Utterly ridiculous.
Yeah.
So cue the next thing.
But we also have to say that sex sells. I mean, everyone my age knows that. Or at least everyone my age that isn't retarded. Because that was the norm in the 90s and the 90s. 80s not so much, but kind of, yeah. You had attractive women sell stuff to men, yeah, all the time.
I discovered when Impulse launched, they decided to do like an almost Ashes of Creation, lol, lumfao, lamau, like a referral program of, oh, you can earn real cash by referring your friends. And this was met with incredible pushback and ridicule.
Really? Why?
For obvious reasons. And let me just make it clear. What this was, this is not abnormal to do like a refer your friends and earn money thing. This is what's referred to as affiliate marketing.
Yeah.
And it can be effective. And it obviously, if the game does well and you have like a large referral base, you can earn a bunch of money, which is good, presumably. for the person doing it and spreading word of mouth and getting people to sign up and stuff. It's effective small budget marketing. Basically, it doesn't really cost you anything, because without the person referred, would you have made that sale, and then you give them $5 on a sale of a game that's what, how much is this thing?
I think
like
10
$15, $20 or whatever, $20. So this is not abnormal in the games industry or the tech industry in general, but you don't really see it as much in like actual video games. It's much more common like behind the scenes.
I remember that, I think they still have it. World of Warcraft, they have a referral program for new or old players. So you can re-invite your friends, and you get, I think, 1 month of game time or something like that. Really stupid. If the person that you give the refer to, gets an subscription, yeah.
For like MMO stuff with targeted creators, like, oh, we'll give you a contract because you've got an audience, not like just anybody come and sign up. You see that sometimes with stuff like peripheral sponsors and things like that, or I don't know, pre-built computer things where they're just like, oh, anyone can sign up to this and everyone can refer a friend and get something back. So while this isn't abnormal,
sure,
in the context of this game, there's a reason why this just looks really fucking desperate, and that's because obviously they've just released a new game that is, for all intents and purposes, a reskin of what has already failed, with just like a few new mechanics. They've got these weird ads on TikTok, and then also like, oh, we'll give you money if you refer people to come and play. I don't think this is the biggest deal, but it's one of them things that just optically looks fucking terrible for the company that's doing this with a game that within a week of releasing has lost like already half of its player base. With this being the
well, it's not as bad as Marathon. No, it's Marathon did actually better. Well, didn't think I would ever say that.
Third game in a row that you've released that's followed by layoffs and that you're probably going to abandon. Now, obviously, there's a little bit of a clip interview here of Ian, the CEO, Make FPS Great Again, Prue, I don't know if that's how you pronounce your name, in a recent interview talking about the future of Splitgate Arena Reloaded. And people point out here, it was just a few months ago, he said that there was a small team working on Impulse and that Splitgate remained the top priority. And he says, oh, funny how rapidly 1047 changes directions. Would it interest you to know that I don't think they change directions quickly at all? And in fact, if you're running a live service game, what do you think they're going to fucking tell you? If people are playing your game, even if it's a small number, and they're
you always say, oh yeah, this is our priority. We will not abandon it now. This is our priority. We will work on this for however long it lasts.
Potentially spending money on microtransactions and being in the game, keeping the game potentially alive for other people to come and play and maybe earn the studio money. Do you think when you say, oh, are you actually still working on this live service game, they're going to come out and go, no, actually, we've completely abandoned it, and we're working on this other game, by the way. Hopefully you still buy some MTX, though. No, obviously you're being lied to, right? They're obviously working on the other game, and you know why they're working on the other game? Because the game that you're asking them about is a complete abject failure. They've tried...
If they had just put the game mode of Impulse into this as an addition to this game's, they might have gotten players back. But yeah, no, fuck this.
Developing this thing for a year and a bit, as a live service, and it's only gone down from there. What is the fucking point of this? Like, it's
no
dead.
point.
Just, you've just got to move on at that stage. What is funny though is abandoning a dead game to rush release another game that is essentially already going to be dead a couple weeks after launch anyway. So in this context, obviously, if you've only got a couple hundred concurrent players on your game, continuing to support it essentially means we'll leave the servers on while ever the server cost doesn't outweigh whatever we're making from the game, at which point the game is completely fucking done, right? I mean, this is common sense. as this comment points out, talking about the layoffs, because this is I believe the second round of layoffs for the studio. It really sucks for the people to be laid off. The whole studio is just actively mismanaged. Splitgate 1 abandoned to chase Splitgate 2. Splitgate 2 abandoned for this new game. Though the sponsored streams that didn't work as intended were funny as well. This situation makes sense when you realize the CEO is the guy who went up on some games first stage with Make FPS Great Again hat and a vanity baseball bat, and spoke about the good old days of FPS games before revealing a Battle Royale game mode to an Imagine Dragons song. But his dad's the board chair and his mom's the head of HR, so he'll never be held accountable. It's just, many such cases, I guess. Yeah. You can't really take pleasure in this. The only reason why this is funny to have a laugh at is just kind of like the schadenfreude of how this progressed.
Yeah.
Because if you I'm never going to laugh about a studio laying people off or their games failing unless you give me a reason to.
Yeah.
And specifically the employees losing their job, like, that always sucks. But at the same time, what did we expect was going to happen with this?
No, I disagree. I think the employees at oh my god, I don't even remember the studio that made Concord, they deserve to be fired. The same goes for the studio that made High Guard. Yes, games were shit. They deserve to be fired. Bungie, they make bad decisions. They deserve to be fired. Fuck them. Fuck them all. All the studios that are being shut down by Microsoft because they can't sell their games because no one wants to play that shit. They deserve that. Absolutely.
Because this was never going to be a success. I don't think there was a huge audience out there. This just goes to show how fucked the games industry really was and how it's sort of course correcting now. The fact that this person released Splitgate 1, saw like an overnight sort of like novel concept go viral for a very short period of time, and people just threw potentially hundreds of millions of dollars at him for like multiple years worth of releasing something that nobody really cares about realistically. Like when you're talking about a game that to operate a game as a live service to this scale, to recoup that amount of investment, it would have to be one of the currently most popular live services out there for an FPS. And it's just not realistic. It's just not going to happen. But then combine that with just like how it was presented and things like that. It's like you didn't do yourself any favors, but this, regardless of what he did, this was going to be the result. It just would be slightly less like point and laugh at the, the silly failure. Like if nobody made any videos about this ever, nobody criticized this, nobody talked about his silly little hat or his baseball bat or Imagine Dragons, if nobody talked about any of this, this end result would still be the same. Realistically, gone are the days when you can have a studio that's had tens of millions, let alone hundreds of millions of dollars put into it, and release a game with any reasonable expectation of that game being successful, unless you literally fucking win the lottery. Like it just is what it is. Especially when it comes to like an arena shooter or an arena battler or something that just relies on the same content being replayed ad nauseum with some kind of like ranked chase or just being so fun casually. Which
that's one of the problems. These days, games aren't made to be fun. They are made for sweats to have clips on the internet. That's what games are made for, and people go into that like that, and it's exhausting. It's also boring. It's also really, really boring. I rather have a game that's really fun rather than something that, I can make a career out of this. That's also why I was looking at a game. This one, Angels Fall First. This game is an Unreal Engine 3 game. They're developing it for 9 years. And now finally released. I'm thinking about buying this game and just trying it out. Because this game will literally run on everything. Because they're developing it for 9 years. It's Unreal Engine 3. This will run on everything. Even a machine that's 10 years old, this will run. Now, it doesn't mean it runs perfectly on a 10-year-old machine, but everything that came out in the past 3 to 6 years will have no problem running this. And that's a good thing.
Never going to have in a game that has a high skill ceiling, because the barrier to entry is basically you get in, you're bad at the game, everyone makes you feel like a fucking moron, and then you leave the game, and then there's less people for the sweats to play with who eventually move on to another game, and it just dies. It's part of the reason why RTS games just can't really exist right now. Like, this stuff is just from a bygone era, and you'd need to be on a really shoestring budget and just have a really standout game for it to be good. But there we go. I think the next time we talk about Splitgate, we'll probably... Well, not Splitgate, sorry. That game is fucking dead, I guess. 1047 will probably be when this studio shuts down and all the games go under, because that's the next logical conclusion.
I agree.
Don't get a fourth fucking bite at the apple with this one. I don't think anyone's going to be putting more money into this. I don't think they're making money. And obviously, you're not going to get to launch a fourth game. Like, who's going to let you do that? But there we go. Thanks for watching, as always. Hopefully you enjoyed. And I'll see you in the next one. Stay safe. Peace.
I absolutely agree with him. And I think the shutdown will come either this year or next year. Latest point next year, somewhere there. But I think it's more likely that it will happen this year, because they already had several rounds of layoffs, and they're just running out of money. There's just nothing left there. So yeah, they're completely done. And just like they are done, I'm done with this video. If you liked it and wanna see more, subscribe and give it a like. And let me know in the comments. Let me know in the comments, what was your favorite multiplayer game of all time? For me, I would say I would go with Blacklight Retribution. I think I would go with that, yeah. Awesome game. I love it. I really, really do. I miss this game so much. Just like I will miss you. See you next time. Bye-bye. Oh, aren't I good at this? I think I am. Boy, it's getting hot in here. Must be because of all my clothes. I guess he wanted her to define what a woman is. Oh no, toxic masculinity. Yeah, they never can define anything. Bill Gates' daughter's AI startup caught scamming. Is anyone surprised? We're gonna react to that next week. Not tomorrow. We're gonna play Arc Raiders, I think, and yeah. I think that we will do that. EA lied. Oh, who could have guessed that the people that lie all the time are lying? AI in VTubing. Oh boy. Oh boy. Yeah, we don't look at that today. We go to watch later. Oh right, I wanted to look at this. Arthas the Prince of Vengeance, a Warcraft AI fan film. Yeah, how about we watch that? How about that? Okay, so we are now watching Arthas the Prince of Vengeance, a Warcraft AI fan film. Now, will this thing be better than the Warcraft movie? It might be. We will see. This looks good. Okay, his movement and the landscape, you know, all that move in, you can tell that it's AI. You can definitely tell.
The men are settling in, my lord. Good. After everything, this place almost feels peaceful. It won't last. I never should have let you go through with this. This is madness. I've heard your counsel, Muradin. Now you either stand with me, or stand aside.
Damn. His eyes look so good. Everything else, I can tell it's AI because it looks like a Warcraft cinematic.
Excuse me to interrupt, but what about our deal?
Prince Arthur's. Quickly, my warriors! These murderous creatures have burned our ships and robbed you of your way home.
What? That was not the plan.
Damn beasts. Slay them all. In the name of Lord Aron.
This is good. Damn. Yeah, that's good.
See that every man stands ready at his post.
Yes, my lord.
Go on, lads.
Wait, what? Yeah, you know it's AI. He literally stepped down from there, you know, on stairs, and there are no stairs. That's how you know it's fucking AI. Inconsistencies like that.
Careful with that wood, it's brittle in this cold. You know, you always did choose the worst times to start fixing things. I used to hate your patience.
Is that really what you came here to talk about? You lied to your men. You betrayed the mercenaries who fought for you.
The change in height of the dwarf. He isn't a dwarf anymore, he's just a dude.
That's no the lad I trained. That's not King Tyrannus's boy.
I am no one's boy. I did what I deemed necessary.
What's happening to Earthus? Is vengeance all that's important to you?
You weren't there. You weren't there to see what Mal'Ganis did to my homeland. What he did to innocent men, women, and children.
You're right. I wasn't there. Thank the light I didn't have to make that kind of decision. But even so, something's happening to you.
Oh. Oh, that looks cool. And again, they don't get the AI doesn't get the perspective. it doesn't understand that the dwarf as a dwarf, it's not as tall, he is not as tall as a human.
Prepare yourself, he's coming. Are you alright?
Borash naturen. Kardoras vek nerubal. Daltora dalvek.
This is quality-wise exactly like I would expect from any Hollywood movie. CGI-wise. It's just a Hollywood movie.
This looks bad. We're completely surrounded. We can still destroy them. That rune's blade you've been searching for. Frostmourne. It's our only hope now. Well, lad, I have been having my doubts
what?
about...
Did they... What? Aren't they facing the wrong direction? They're facing the wrong direction. That's supposed they want to attack, right? Man, AI sucks.
Well, lad, I have been having my doubts about the sword. And to speak truly about ye as well.
Are you telling me that you've figured out how to find it?
Whatever your doubts are, you can't possibly have them now!
My lord, what are your orders?
I have a bad feeling about this, lad.
Of course.
But I promised I'd see this through.
Hold this camp at all costs, Varric. Just buy me time.
Yes, my lord. Soldiers, form the lines! Hold the perimeter!
This is so Lord of the Rings coded. This looks just like a movie. Who are these? Okay, this looks bad. Why are there 3 people? AI never gets shit right.
Turn back, mortals. Death and agony await you in this place.
I only care about the sword. If you won't step aside, I'll destroy you.
Then leave your life here. The blade is mine to guard.
If you've got something to do, now would be the time!
Let's see how you handle the fury of the storm, you oversized icicle!
What? Why? That's literally where the cave was. Why is it closed? Who closed it? Oh, AI. And yes, I know I'm repeating myself, but AI. See?
Turn back before it's too late.
Looks neat. This looks so real that it looks like it's made out of paper mache. You know these old movies where you were shooting in a cave, but it was obviously not a cave. It was in a studio. That's how this looks like. There it is. The sword.
Hold lad. Look at the dais. There's an inscription. It's a warning. Whosoever takes up this blade shall wield...
How are you see... Why? This is not how this works, right? But the AI doesn't know. The AI doesn't know. So as Todd and the team stopped playing money for nothing. Now they got told to go back to work. Oh, and that was a complete shit show. That was a complete shit show. They literally published a letter to the community, basically saying, "Oh yeah, you know, a lot of people got laid off. So we putting teams together, but we are still working on the games that we still have running, and we're working on new games. And oh, by the way, remember when we said we would use Unreal Engine in the future? Yeah, no, we are now developing Creation Engine 3. That's what happened. Back to the video. Yeah, this is not how Snow works, and the AI doesn't know.
Power eternal. Look, there's another one. Just as the blade rends flesh, so must power scar the spirit. By the Titans. It's cursed, Arthas. We need to leave. Now. I would gladly bear any curse to save my homeland. Arthas, no.
Wait, what? Oh, right, I remember that. That didn't happen. Well, that's cool. Yeah, that didn't happen in that go. That transformation happened over time. Yep, exactly what you think, yes. And why the fuck is my chat thing not working? Great. Great, perfect. Why does he look like he's 35 here when he's clearly a teenager of, I don't know, 14? Because AI doesn't understand shit. Oh, that's, how's she called? not Sylvanas. I don't remember. Human mage woman. The Proudmoore. I don't remember. I remember I felt so bad the first time playing Warcraft 3 and the dwarf dying. I felt so bad. Man, the aura. Come on. Please be awesome. Yeah, this is from the Wrath of the Lich King cover art, when I remember correctly. But I 100% know I have seen this before. Absolutely.
So, you've taken up Frostmourne at the expense of your comrades' lives, just as the Dark Lord predicted. You are stronger than I thought.
You waste your breath, Mal'Ganis. I heed only the voice of the blade now.
You hear the voice of the Dark Lord. He whispers to you through the blade you wield. What does he say, young prince? What does the Lord of the Dead tell you now?
He tells me
to kill you.
The time for your vengeance has come.
What? He can't possibly mean.
That was very unspectacular. Very unspectacular. And remember, all this was planned by the jailer. Unless they retconned that again. I wouldn't be surprised. Wait, what? Wait, why is there blood? Is that a blood thread? Why is there one? And the blood, that doesn't even make any sense. Oh, right, it's AI.
My son. The day you were born, the very forests of Lordaeron whispered the name. Arthas.
To be very fair here, even with all my criticisms, this was great. This indeed was better than the Warcraft movie, which isn't hard because the Warcraft movie wasn't good. It could have been good if they didn't retcon everything and made the game not completely CGI. Ooh.
What up, friendos? Welcome back.
No. Yeah, this was good. This was fun to watch. This was nice. I really enjoyed this. I really do. Let me know in the comments if you also enjoyed this. Do you think that, well, asking you if you think that if there should be more like this is irrelevant. There already is. And we will watch that too, but not today. This was good. We can watch that another time. This was really fun. This was really, really fun. This was nice. This was really nice. Why do they ruin it by putting in some girly song every time it makes it less serious? I don't know. Maybe they liked the song and thought that it would fit. That's my guess. But what do I know? I'm just a dude. A dude that has watched movies for over 40 years. Now for about 40 years. Played games for almost 40 years. What do I know, right? What do I know? Right. So, what do we watch next? I'm not sure. What I'm sure about is that I have to take a piss and get me something more to drink. Oh, my throat is hurting. Man. I think I've talked too much the last 2 days. I think I did. I'm literally not used to that. I think I've talked this much, you know, as now as a streamer I've not talked, oh Jesus, words. The last time in my life I've talked this much, like, you know, being a streamer every day, talking stuff like that, well, every day, it was when I was a child and literally up to elementary school. After that I haven't talked this much in decades, which shows my throat hurts from all the talking. Jesus. But I guess better throat hurt from talking than from getting it fucked, right? Oh, yeah, that's painful. Okay. Oh, excuse me for... Jesus, it's so hot. Why is it so... I think the only reason it's so hot for me is because I'm wearing so much clothes. Because it's actually not hot anymore. Fun fact. The heat wave is over. And what they call a heat wave in the 2000s and 2010s, up until 2023, was just a normal summer in Germany. Just a normal summer. The temperatures were always this high. Fun fact. So, I now go and take a piss. I forgot my glass. I'm stupid. Man, sometimes I really think I'm really stupid. Really stupid. Ah. Okay. So, what do we watch next? Actually, I wanna while we have had done a react to the Kira video, right? I talked about my favorite multiplayer game, Blacklight Retribution. Let me show you my favorite multiplayer game of all time. Well, favorite shooty game of all time. From 7 years ago. No, not from 7 years ago. Oh my god. From 13 years ago. Oh, Jesus. Oh, God. I remember I used to watch one guy specifically playing the game. And, man, I loved this content. I loved it. "11 years ago. Oh no. Look at the thumbnails. The thumbnails are literally just, oh yeah, right out from the video. Nothing else. Okay, yeah, let's be honest, I will not find the guy's channel. That's impossible. Because I have no memory of how he was called. But damn, I miss this game. I miss this game so much. You know what? Randomly, let's just watch this guy's video. Let's see how good this game was. Let me show you. So video quality 720p is the maximum. Well, from 14 years ago, of course. Of course. Oh, I hope I don't get copyright striked for the music.
Hey everyone, it's Jay Papa and I'm checking out Blacklight Retribution. It's an open beta right now.
Oh my god. That's really, oh my god. He's level 1. By the way, the level 1 weapon is the best weapon in an entire game. Literally, you can only use the, I think this is called the receiver. You can, by the way, mod the complete gun. The muzzle, the barrel, the magazine, the stock. I think, I'm not sure about the grip, but I think. Of course, the sights. You can mod that all. Plus the helmet, your armor. I'm not sure how far the armor goes. I think upper armor and lower armor, aka, you know, pants and boots. I think that's how the customization worked. And you could literally make builds that are super tanky or super fast and techy. You could do that. You could literally specialize in something, or you go in between. I was more like in between. And at least I wasn't bad at the game. If I came in a lobby with people that are less experienced, I could completely dominate that lobby. Literally going out there with over 20 kills. And maybe 5 deaths. Maybe. Was awesome. And then I encounter actually good players and they shred me.
Oh. And without further ado, I think I'll just get started. We'll get into the nitty-gritty of the customization later. I just want to start a match. Team deathmatch. Oh, start it up. Good. Oh yeah. Let the senseless slaughter begin. Alright, we're in team deathmatch.
By the way, Unreal Engine 3.
Now, this is a dock here. Oh, I'll explain it later. Let's just start killing people.
At the dock you can refill armor with points that you earn by killing people and stuff like that.
Let you get that.
You can buy special weapons and a mech suit.
Ooh. Where you jumping?
And you can heal.
I am still Team Warlord. Where are you, people? There's one up there.
This, by the way, I think this should be standard in every multiplayer game.
Still
at least shooters.
Team Warlord. Where are you, people?
This is number one of their gameplay tools, and number one, a measurement against cheaters, aka wall hackers. This is their I don't remember how it was called, but this is literally their in-game wall hack. Everyone has this. It uses up energy that regenerates, and depending on the helmet you have, it regenerates the energy faster or slower. And you can use this longer or less long. And I think this was one of the major things why I was so good in the game. Because I was strategically using that all the time. This was amazing. I so missed this game. And there has not a game come out even close to this. Which is really, really sad.
There's one up there. That's HRV, I think it's called. Lets you see the battlefield. Ooh, got my kill. Oh! I've been killed. Alright, what's it called? HRV lets you see the battlefield. You can see through walls, but you can't fire while you're actually using it, so it's kind of dangerous to use. You turn on real quick. Oh! Then turn it off.
Yeah, that's how I used it.
Grenade. Have someone... come here! Oh, damn it. I'm not very good. Oh! His head just exploded.
Which is always nice.
Yeah, so you saw me using the HRV earlier, but someone was firing at me, so I couldn't fire back because you can't fire while you're using it. That's a good way to see where everyone is.
Man.
Everyone's over there.
I remember this map. I remember this map. That's how much I played this game. I remember the map. It was one of my more favorite maps. My absolute favorite was the Vertigo. I even remember the name. Which was on the top of a skyscraper. Literally the rooftop. It was amazing. I loved that map.
So I'm gonna go over there. Ooh. Everyone except for this fool. Who's gonna die? Where'd he go? Oh. I saw him over here. Assist.
He missed
Gun's got some
everything.
recoil to it. The guns feel really good. It's a pretty smooth running game.
Oh yeah, the game even ran well on my system. It was very well optimized. By the way, the same studio later made Vampire the Masquerade 2, which was not very well received. But this was awesome.
You like that? What's that? 0. That's probably what I got.
No. The game, sadly,
right.
The developers choose a publisher that was that wanted them to make the game completely pay to win. And the developers were like, yeah, we don't want that. And so there was a huge conflict. So updates weren't coming when they should have come, you know. And it was a huge mess. But the game was really, really good. Never played, looks good. It is good. Now, there is a way how you can still play it on PC, but it's an unofficial way. And even the developers aren't allowed to talk about it. But there is a way to play it. There is a way to play it. But there aren't a lot of people in there. But yeah, the game was really, really fun. And it had a lot of game modes. I think 5. I think all of them were... No, they were deathmatch, team deathmatch... Something with cargo. Then I think capture the flag or something like that. And kill confirm or something. There was a lot in there. It was a great game. I think you can still play it on PlayStation. But I'm not 100% sure.
A Warlord again. Oh, that's funny. I wonder if people know how to use that. It's kind of like Syndicate in the game that just came out. You kind of survey the battlefield, see if they're coming to get you. Alright, I don't think anyone's around. Oh, I'm wrong, aren't I? Alright, this is the dock. So as you get kills, you earn CP. You can get your ammo refilled. Oh shit, I'm gonna get me a flamethrower. You gotta be careful when you're using those. People can still kill you. Let's check the battlefield. You guys are coming down here.
Flamethrower.
Yeah, I got a game. I mean, I got a flamethrower for you.
I think I tried that thing out and I found it like, oh yeah, now. Just now. They also later introduced a katana. And that thing was an insta-kill. If you got hit by it, you were just dead. And people were making literally just builds for using katanas. They were zooming across the map with a katana. And I remember also there was a cloak. People could literally go invisible. And you could only see them with the wallhack thingy. Awesome. And then these people have the katana. First you go with the cloak coming close to enemies and then katana. You step them. There also was a exploding tomahawk, which was completely imbalanced because you could just throw that thing over a map sometimes and then just hit someone, they're dead. It's so stupid.
Show your face. Please don't get killed. I need enemies. I need someone to taste this flamethrower. There's one. Alright.
Wrong direction. He's getting out over there.
Get you. Ooh, burn! Damn it!
Didn't get
range on me.
Oh, the frame from sets in completely on fire. Oh, I didn't remember that.
You're on fire though. She was screaming because she was burning.
Fun times.
All right. Now, what was I saying? Where's the dock? Is this it? Here it is. But I'm scared to use it.
Yeah, it's risky to use it.
CPU do I have? 520. I'm gonna save it. Maybe I'll get a hard suit. That's a mech.
Yeah.
Oh,
that thing is insane. But everyone called it a thing for noobs because it kind of was. You get that thing and you are almost invincible. Almost. Only almost. But damn, that thing was really good. It was really tanky.
Got you. God, I hate when I use that and someone's right near me.
You can, by the way, jump over the rails. I did that all the time.
Because you can't turn it off immediately. Hello. Have some of that. Oh! I don't really understand the grenades. Ugh! They take a while to throw.
He literally missed everything.
Killed. I'm gonna kill you. Alright. I'm having fun with this game.
It looks like everyone here uses the exact same loadouts because he said in the beginning that it's open beta and everyone is low level. So how about we go and take a look at something else? I have seen something newer. Just let's go all the way up. Filter. This here. Player multiplayer. Yeah, we watch this. Just to show off more. And this is even 1080p.
We are on some Blacklight Retribution in 2026. We're playing on the Moose server. Never played this DLC map, so yeah, good to be on it. But as always, let's get into it.
I know this map. I saw the vehicle, I saw this, and I remembered. They have to bring this to a certain point. It's a bot thingy with a weapon. I think a weapon. They have to bring that over. I rarely played this game mode because I prefer team deathmatch.
Oh, got him.
Round lost.
Prevent the tank reaching the goal area. Sounds simple, probably not. Very much reminds me of Dirty Bomb, enemy territory, Quake Wars, and so on.
Do you hear how the gun sounds? Oh, just the sound of the gun is so good. It's so... Man, using the guns in this game felt so good. Even if it's just from the sound. Man, it was so good. And then the customization of the guns and your player armor. Man, that was so good.
Got him.
Scorpion temporarily disabled.
So we've got 9 players in the server. These events are never really that busy, but Discord link in the description box below for their Discord, and check for events. Usually happen every Saturday.
Maybe I should try the game again.
Got him.
I miss this game so much.
No! Alright, we lost that round, unfortunately. It's our turn to try and get this thing to the objective. Got him. So we've got 10 players in the server. Doesn't sound a lot, and it isn't, but for old games like these that were abandoned or forgotten long years ago, it's actually great. Alright, we've got 11 players now. Nice. No!
That was an EMP grenade.
Wow. Six players up there. Got a hit.
By the way, guys, let me know, do you think this game looks good? Just graphics-wise, does this game still look good? Or does it look like trash? I think the game still looks fine. I mean, of course, it's not Unreal Engine 5 Arc Raiders looking good, right? But it still looks fine. And it runs on everything now, because it's Unreal Engine 3. By the way, I need to get some to dress.
Oh, got it.
The green screen getting me out all the time. Man, I missed this game.
Oh, wow.
When I remember
How did I get
correctly,
that guy?
there was no sliding in the game, you know, like you can do in all the games these days. That's a sniper rifle. So good. Oh, that guy has, you remember when I earlier said the mech suit? There it is. That guy got it.
I'm gonna hit on something. Okay, I'll turn to stop the enemy team again.
Now they have, when I remember correctly, HP and a shield. The shield regenerates over time, but the HP doesn't. You have to actually go to the depot and refill your HP. I think that costs 200 points.
Attacking or defending is quite tough, especially with that thing roaming around. I've got him.
Have dropped the barrier. Continue the attack on the Scorpion tank.
Man,
got him.
I cannot understand why no studio these days goes and says, yeah, let's make a game with several game modes. Why not? Why not? Why do you have to be stupid? Because all the development time for the smaller games, I think that, I don't even know where that goes. Most likely to the shop. Not even to the actual game, it's going to the shop. And most likely cosmetics, so people spend game in the shop. But this game was very obviously made to be played. Because it has so many game modes.
There we go.
And you can customize the weapons completely. All the weapons. There are a lot of them. Well, not all the weapons. You can customize the flamethrower or the katana or something like that. You can customize the armor. They did sell cosmetics, and they sold weapon loadouts. You can have standard without paying 2 weapon loadouts, which is not a lot. You can have overall up to 8, I think. Man. Yeah. So there was or is a spiritual success for this game in development, but I haven't heard anything about that game in years. I've heard about that game 3 years ago, and I haven't heard anything about it since. Which is a shame. I miss this game so much. Customization. $14 years ago, that's fine. Let's watch this.
Hey, what's going on, guys? How you guys feeling about this dubstep in the background? Or is it dubstep? I don't really know. I don't listen to dubstep, but it sounds like dubstep. I don't like.
It is dubstep. Yes, the soundtrack of this game was dubstep, which you had to listen to at any end screen with the top 3 people. I think 3. Maybe it was 4 or 5. I don't remember.
I like dubstep, but it goes well with this game. But I originally made this video it was a live comm to kind of walk you guys through the customization features of this game, Blacklight Retribution, which is a PC exclusive free-to-play new game that is currently in closed beta. And this was a live comm, but for some reason my voice didn't get recorded, so I'm just going to walk through it again as a post-gameplay commentary. So without further ado, let's get right into it. So the customization in this game, first of all, I should explain how the currency works. Now,
we don't care.
Really cheap, and I imagine that Zen is the, you can pay for that currency. So that's if you want to really look into the taunts too much, but I'll preview them in a second. And it's pretty much like TF2. You can hit whatever key you have to taunt. They have to watch you in the kill cam. It's essentially like TF2, exactly the same. Now you can buy these taunts. They're generally like 50G each, and when you change, it's not just change things
armor,
a bunch of taunts in game, but I don't really know. I haven't seen that, but this is the character customization. You can change things like the helmet, and when you change, it's not just cosmetic. It's not just like hats in TF2, although there is keychains for your gun that are essentially like hats and that they're purely cosmetic, but these pieces of equipment here actually alter your statistics, as you guys can see.
HRV 4.6 per second. No, 4.6 seconds. That's how long it lasts, I would guess. There's HP, stamina, and run time or speed. I don't know.
What I'm pointing at right now, and the HRV is the wall hacks, and that's the duration of the wall hacks. I'm pretty sure that's the duration, and if that's the duration, then that's directly correlated with the cooldown time before you can use it again. And you guys can see here, each helmet has its own advantages. Some are just straight out more, just better than others. Some are equal with others in that you sacrifice one thing to gain another thing, and
yes,
the same can be said of almost every piece of equipment in this game that is armor related, and same goes for weapons. Most of the time they're pretty equal. Some of the time some attachments are just straight out better than other attachments in every way whatsoever, and other times some you trade off one,
like in a lot of games,
specialization for another specialization. Like you'll sacrifice range for damage, or as you guys can see here, you'll sacrifice health for run speed, or HRV, which is the wall hacks, or stamina. And it's all about the way that you play the game. If you're kind of a slow player, then you might want to sacrifice run and stamina for health and HRV, because HRV is useful no matter what class you're playing, especially if you run a gun, and especially if you well, obviously it's not especially, it's just useful for all styles of play altogether, because the wall hacks is probably the most important thing about this game.
Yeah.
And you guys can see here, you can switch your leggings as well, which has the same stat effects as the other pieces of equipment, and this is a trophy that I got for leveling. And as you level up, you unlock new equipment, new pieces of attachments and equipments and taunts, and
I think that's enough of that. But yeah, it was so good. Good times, man. Back when games were made to be fun and not just to sell you stuff. I mean, like I said, told you earlier, the publisher for the PC version wanted the game to be pay to win, but the developers went like, yeah, how about not? And that's why ultimately the game shut down for PC officially in 2019. But people are still playing unofficially on unofficial servers. And no one can do anything about it because they don't make money with it. That's the point. And yeah, that's my favorite multiplayer game of all time. Or at least what I would call that right now. Yeah, this is my favorite. I miss this game. I miss this game so much. Let me know in the comments if you have ever played this game. Or what was or is your favorite multiplayer game of all time. Then, I really miss this game. But yeah, with that we are at the end of this video. If you liked it, give it a like. If you want to see more, subscribe. See you next time. Bye bye. Man, I'm so desperate for this game. So desperate. I love this game. I love this game so much. And I miss it. Nah, next week. We do body cams next week. How about this? Progressive VTuber called out man, it did not end well. How about that? I mean, who could have guessed that the progressive people would be pieces of shit? It's just like, not like that they are always the pieces of shit, right? It's not like that. Let's do this. Come on, Lord. You stupid game. No. Video. YouTube sucks. Oh my god. I hate this. I hate all this loading. It always takes ages. Wait, haven't I heard of Vex before? I think I did. But I don't remember in what context.
Hey, what's up guys, Riff here. So in this video, I'll be talking about a pretty funny situation involving a VTuber named Vex. We have briefly talked about this individual before. They are quite unhinged. A lot of the stuff they do on social media is very aggressive and hypocritical. And we're seeing that happen yet again.
So, like every progressive. Literally every progressive, because I've never heard of a progressive that's not a hypocrite. I mean, that's what they all have in common. They say one thing and then behave a different thing for themselves. They are just pieces of shit. The usual.
And after they made this self-described, nuanced post about men, saying the only men who get offended when someone says all men are the men we're talking about, by the way. So we'll get into the...
So if I say all women, and you get offended by that, what I say after that, does that mean you are that? See, people are stupid. People are stupid.
The rhetorical fallacy here and how this VTuber gets very upset when people take their logic and extend it to other intrinsic traits to make a generalized blanket statement about them. But of course, they're going to play the victim. They essentially pick a fight against an entire gender, and when their logic starts to fall apart and they start looking unhinged, they make it a big cry fest for themselves while telling people to choke and saying everyone is racist. Now, this individual, like I said, is pretty unhinged. They have a history of saying some pretty heinous stuff, including this all-time classic from January of this year, saying F you, F ICE, F your God, F your mother for birthing you, F your father for not dumping you in a sock. Your mom should have used a coat hanger, you effing troglodyte. F off and go beat your D to your sister.
How much you wanna bet she grew up without a father? And all her mother's boyfriends tried to get her.
Now that last part is very strange. I don't know why this person is thinking of something like that, let alone encouraging someone to do that. Very strange.
Well, might be because she's into her brother.
But you can see overall, they're a pretty heinous individual when it comes to the posts they make on Twitter. Now, a few days after that, they tried to change their ways. They made this long-winded post saying they're going to do better and they're going to stop being so hostile towards people online. Well, that didn't last very long. Within the next couple of weeks, there was a spurg out here where she started replying to a bunch of different people in a very short period of time, not with words, but instead with memes and pictures where she wants people to be put in their grave. She wants people to go missing. She also wants to go get a gun in response to someone criticizing her. And also said, people better relax or she'll fold you while your clothes are still on. And also silence hetero, which, you know, that sort of slop we see.
Yeah, total retardation. This is just total retardation. There's no brain in works here. It's just total retardation. Yeah, she's stupid. Who could have guessed? Who could have guessed that the people that are always stupid are stupid?
All the time. And of course, when they are confronted with this bloodthirsty set of rhetoric, she says they're just memes. I mean, the intellectual dishonesty is pretty profound. I guess if you send something in a meme format, you can't be accountable for what the message is saying. Ridiculous. But their hatred knows no bounds. They hate white people, despite being one, and as I always say, being a self...
So the people that hate white people indoctrinated her to a point where she hates all white people. Yeah. Typical progressive people.
Hating white person is very sad. They have been completely indoctrinated by all this nonsense to the point of hating themselves for an intrinsic trait they had no choice over. But they also clarify that you can't be racist against white people. Now, for this person who makes self-description...
That's, by the way, the case because the definition of racism was changed. Like they always do. That's typical communist bullshit.
Nuanced posts. I guess they should open up the definition of racism and point to where it says there's an exception for white people. I know, very bigoted of me to say this, but I don't think anybody should be treated poorly or differently because of the color of their skin and other intrinsic traits they have no control over. We should treat everyone the same. We shouldn't...
That's what people always said to counter racism, but these days this is counted as racism because they changed the meaning of racism.
Make exceptions to be abusive towards people based on what skin color they have. I know, very bigoted take from me, but of course they also don't like men, very clearly, saying they don't want to go out in public anymore because they hate men, which is also ironic for someone who hates law enforcement so much. But also they say men aren't lonely enough. They also say they want the confidence of mediocre white men. And when people have an issue with...
Why is she God can't be the confidence of a mediocre white man? I thought she doesn't believe in God.
With that, they say, now that's what I call male fragility, which doesn't count because it's in a meme format, so don't get mad about that. It's in a meme format. Let me make that clear. It doesn't count. But of course, they weren't done after their history of clearly having an issue with men in a very general sense. They decided to come out with this, again, self-described nuanced post saying The only men who get offended when someone says all men are the men we're talking about, by the way. Now, of course, people in the replies will extend their logic into other categories of intrinsic traits and make generalized statements based on that. And
you never argue with a woman, because arguing with a woman is like arguing with a rock. Why would you argue with a rock? I wouldn't.
Does not like when that happens, but this is a rhetorical fallacy that you should be aware of. It's called the Kafka trap. Okay, it's where you make a statement. You accuse someone or a group of people of something, and then if you deny that by the user's logic, you're now guilty of what they're saying. It's very, very disingenuous, and that's exactly what's happening here. And of course, if they're faced with generalized statements about other intrinsic traits, I guess they're not allowed to say anything about it, otherwise they're part of the problem by their own logic. And of course, that's exactly what happened, where one user said all blacks are violent, making a generalized stereotype statement, extending the logic of X in this previous post, and clearly not understanding what's happening here. They reply saying, get your racist behind the F on somewhere else. And she literally did the meme. She literally did the meme. This is a consistently viral screenshot that shows up all the time, where one user said, when I say end all men, I really mean all. And someone says, even George Floyd. And they go, literally, what is wrong with you?
Yeah. It's almost like these people are mentally retarded. Oh, wait, it's because they are. These people are mentally retarded. They can't think for themselves. They never did, they never will, because they don't have the capacity to do so. And that's why they believe what they believe. I say it a lot of times. It's very simple.
It happened again, ladies and gentlemen, but we can see a further description of their nuanced take, because one user would say, I always like the phrase, a hit dog hollers. And she says this, co-signing that logic. Now, of course, I know what people mean when they say a hit dog hollers, but think about that statement. People use it all the time. A dog hollers when it hits. You know, like when Kaya got shocked by Hassan, it yelps. You know, like when something bad happens, like getting hits, a person or dog in this case responds. What does that mean? But the way they use it is that...
Yeah, this is like when I say, oh, all single mothers are bad mothers. And all single mothers go, oh my god, how can you say that? Because statistically... single mothers are the #1 perpetrators of child abuse. There, which said that.
If someone says something...
Does that mean all single mothers are bad mothers? No. Some are good. But the absolute majority, oh god, no, they are horrible people. Horrible people, horrible parents. Way worse parents than they are even people. I would never trust a single mother with a child. Never.
And you deny it. Clearly, you're guilty of whatever they're trying to say or accuse you of. And of course, I guess hit dogs holler when you have this sort of response to someone using your own logic against you. And when this user says you got cooked, they say, no, I don't speak to racist pieces of garbage. I win by default, choke, which is a not so subtle way of telling this person to
die,
have their life ended. Obviously. But of course, their logic makes no sense. I think a lot of their responses are very impulsive on social media. It's like they always want to have the final word on everything. They respond to...
As stupid people do.
Everything. And this is what happens. You say, I don't speak to racist pieces of garbage. So I guess these users are not racist by your own logic because you spoke to them. Like,
well, yes, logically, yes, but it's a woman, so logic doesn't apply.
You know what I mean? Like, again, just impulsive posts, make no sense. And of course, She'll be mad about that extension of her own logic because it's stupid. But yeah, that's precisely it. These statements are stupid, and people are just using your logic and your own words against you. And of course, if you don't want to talk to racists, maybe don't talk to yourself because you have this hatred of white people. You can't be racist against them, of course. Expected with virtue signalers like this. But of course, you can see another person trying desperately to clarify what's happening and why people are making fun of her and why she's a hypocrite. This user says, he just used your own logic against you, and by your own logic, the fact that you got triggered means you're the problem he's talking about. The fact that this went over your head is the real problem here. And then Vex says, just say you're part of the problem, bro. You're the men we're talking about. So we're extending.
Of course she can't. Of course she can't argue about what he said. He just goes and personally attacks them, of course. Which is not surprising, she's a woman.
Ending it. Guys, we're actually going beyond the Kafka trap. Okay, it's not just people disagreeing with the generalized statement who are being caught up as part of the problem. It's even people questioning the foundational logic and how it's being applied in ways the original poster didn't want it to, which was a natural extension of their logic. Even doing that, even questioning the foundational logic behind all this, gets you labeled as part of the problem. It's insane.
Of course.
But we're not done. Another user trying to clarify, saying, so it's okay to stereotype, got it. And then she says, it's a generalization based on statistics. If you're part of the stereotype, then cry.
Oh, she doesn't even know that. Oh my, she's so stupid. She's so stupid. Because by this we can say that all black people are criminals over all Afro-Americans. We can literally say that. Because, oh, look at the statistics. Oh, she's so stupid. She's so stupid. She's so stupid. Of course not all Afro-Americans are criminals. Of course not. Basically only the ones that are the children of single mothers.
Come on. You don't see how this could be extended to other groups of people with intrinsic traits they didn't choose, right? Just making generalizations based on statistics, and if you have a problem with that, you're part of the problem.
No,
do you not see that's how all of this began in the first place? Like, there is no self-awareness. The lights are on, but no...
Of course she has no self-awareness. She's stupid. She's stupid.
Nobody's home. Terrible stuff. But then you can see people just pointing out, it's annoying when you generalize. I know you're not talking about me, but it's an obnoxious thing to say. And even someone saying, I get you, but it's just annoying to generalize.
She attacks them.
It's not good enough. So then she says, then hold the men we are talking about accountable. If it doesn't apply to you, you shouldn't be offended by a blanket statement about someone's gender. Well, yes, you should never be offended about a blanket statement regarding someone's gender. Again, keep that in mind, but someone tries to explain again. If it's okay to generalize men based on statistics, I have to assume you think the same of black people, which is really telling about your character. And she has no response other than saying LOL no. And then the other user says, they are both generalizations that you can make using statistics. And then her response is, bad people are bad people. Pointing out the color of their skin is a you problem. F off and go be racist.
Oh, she's so stupid. She's so stupid, man. I hope she makes holiday in Afghanistan or something like that.
Somewhere else. So she is missing the point entirely, and the user clarifies saying, who said anything about my opinions or thoughts? I sure didn't. All I did was change the category from men to black, from sex to race. That is all I did. and you still can't comprehend why I did that. It's actually hilarious. Like, you can spell it out. I don't know if she's just that disingenuous. She is intentionally ignoring what people are trying to do here, or she's just that clueless. She doesn't see it.
It's just low IQ. It's either low IQ or rage baiting, or a bit of both. But seeing behavior like this, it's very obvious low IQ.
Either way, it's really embarrassing. And of course, people are now extending it to women, making statements like this, calling all women promiscuous then. And then she says, that's not a nuanced statement, so no. You just hate women at that point. And this user with the steel chair response says, you are one of them. Yeah, you're part of the problem, I guess. Hit dogs, holler, you know what I mean? Like, this is, again, an extension of her own logic, and she's triggered by it, basically becoming a part of the problem by her own design. It's crazy. And then we see some, what is this, dark woke? Is this the dark woke people talk about, where they can, like, make insults that are normally offensive, but they're doing it wokely? One person says all women are valueless. And she says, I mean, if you feel that way, I'm assuming you're gay, which is perfectly acceptable. So
then why are you bringing this even up? Oh, woman on leftists are so hypocritical. It's insane. It's insane how hypocritical is. Especially the woman. Oh my god, they are so hypocritical. No, they're all about, oh yeah, gay rights and all that stuff, but tolerance and shit like that, and the moment you don't wanna fuck them, they call you gay as an insult. It's almost like they're retarded.
Basically, this is their woke way of calling this user a homo, but then saying, oh, whoa, it's perfectly okay. Like, we understand what they're doing here, right? They're trying to make this insult, but wokely, while also making sure that everyone knows they're okay with it, while also using it as an insult. It's very hypocritical, but then again, she also called someone slow, which again is a woke way of trying to call someone regarded, I guess. But then, of course, she's not done. She starts quoting herself and then quoting her quotes to really make sure everyone knows her nuanced take, saying, free block list in the replies here. Saying that I hate men is not the same as being blatantly racist. Choke. So once again, telling people to choke, to presumably lose their life over arguments online. And then they clarify in another post saying, I hate men. Then people ask, why are you dating one? And she says, I'm not talking about my man. I said I hate men. Not my man. Oh, he's one of the good ones, I guess. Did she not understand how this is applied to other groups of people based on their intrinsic characteristics they did not choose?
No, she doesn't, because she's stupid. How often do I have to say it? I think a lot.
At birth. Like, it's insane. And again, she's talked about men before, and she's dating a white guy, and let's hope he grants her the confidence of mediocre white men. That's all I can say. But she does the classic thing. Okay, how many times have we seen this, right? You have someone who basically picks a fight with an entire gender, and when they start finding out, they start making themselves the victim. They start intentionally misrepresenting the situation, and then post a selfie for engagement and to get validation from strangers online.
Of course.
So they do exactly that, in quotes saying, if you're mad about me saying all blacks are violent, you must be black and violent, end quotes, not understanding that this entire situation is just an application of her own.
What? If you're mad about me saying all blacks are violent, you must be black and violent. Well, that's literally your logic. She's so dumb.
Logic, and she doesn't like the results. And then, of course, she adds on saying, no, I'm not a racist piece of filth. It's that simple.
Well, you are a piece of filth.
Given her own history of being racist towards white people, very hypocritical. But then people use the shoe on head meme from one of her recent videos. And she has an issue with that because she believes she is not doing the act of prostitution and tells people to shut their dumb behind mouth. And
how much you wanna bet she has an OF or a fansly?
Of course, we know that a big part of her content is doing adult content, right? Like that's her primary form of income. That's her main thing. And it seems to be a very sensitive topic for her, where she is constantly promoting it, and honestly diabolical, right? Just
see, 18 slots left. Fill them and me up on the forbidden blue side. Wait, is she doing it with a entire gang? Oh my god, I'm not surprised.
Promoting it, trying to sell it, and getting 24 likes. Brutal. But of course, they have a history of mocking people for being broke or unable to afford her adult content, which is very ironic, and I'll show why in a second. But here's a post from only a year ago saying, "The men screaming and crying in my replies about how much my content costs. How does it make you feel knowing you can't afford to even look at me?" Oh, what a narcissist. That's actually insane. "You didn't make $900 a week at your job, let alone in a day." Is she trying to flex $900 a week? Which is not only cringe and just, I mean, like, what? But also,
I bet she is a socialist too. So why is she flexing money? That's very unsocialism, right? This is capitalism. So in a capitalist, in a socialist country, she might actually be in trouble for that. But hey, she isn't for that kind of socialism, right?
For someone, I mean, if you're familiar with her account, it is a constant series of tweets, almost daily, asking for money, asking for crowdsourcing, asking for emergency streams, emergency funds. And she says that's based on a lot of her health needs. And if that's even true, okay, fine. You can absolutely ask for money, but then don't go around flexing how much money you have and then poor shaming people who, by the way, are your customers and a lot of the problem men that you're mocking in your tweets. The irony is palpable, biting the hand that feeds, but she's not done with this entire topic. Another post.
There's more? We are almost at the end of the video and there's still more.
If you need 15 tweets to explain your nuanced post, maybe it's not nuanced, maybe it's just stupid.
Yeah.
But basically, they try to get into this entire breakdown, and you know what? I ain't got time for this. Blah, 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 blah. All you had to say was harmful people bad, but instead you said all men, and got triggered when people applied your own logic to other categories you didn't want to see happen, right? That's all there is to it. But you know what? Hit dogs holler, as they say. But of course, you can see they don't like people farming drama. Now, of course, they're allowed to farm drama on Twitter and get into controversy every 2 seconds. But of course, they talk about VTubers and content creators who do drama slop reactionary content. And they're mad because they spread misinformation and slander. And you know what? If you have an issue with my video, please take it up with yourself, because this entire video was just showcasing your own tweets. That's all this entire video was. If you're mad about this coverage, look in the mirror, because all I'm doing is showing your own public tweets. Yeah. They look bad enough on their own, but they look even worse when you compare them to other posts that make you hypocritical. That's like the entire situation. Dumb. So if you have a problem with my video, you should probably look in the mirror, because this is all about you.
Yeah.
But anyways, that's going to do it for this video. Hope you guys enjoyed. If you did, please consider giving the video a like, consider subscribing, and turning on notifications for daily uploads, as well as multiple streams a week live here on YouTube. And I'll see you guys next time.
Shit.
She sees him running on the treadmill naked. I think he's trying.
We already saw that video. So, yeah. So, what do we have here? Another stupid woman saying and doing stupid shit. Oh my god, look how surprised I am by this. Can you tell how surprised I am? Yeah. Let me know in the comments if you are surprised too that the whole is stupid. And with that, we are at the end of this video. If you like this and wanna see more, subscribe. See you next time. Bye bye. Oh boy. What a shit show. That was so dumb. So incredibly dumb. We can finally talk about this. Wait, was that? Oh! We gonna watch this one. How the last unicorn got screwed over. So this is one of my favorite movies of my childhood. I loved that movie. It scared the frick out of me. But I loved this. I loved this so much. Oh my god. That movie was so good. It was incredibly good. Oh my god.
The Last Unicorn, an animated fantasy film that was a box office flop. However, over the years, it has gained quite the cult following. And it's weird. Like, really, really weird.
Oh, I love you.
Man, we got away with so much back in the day. I remember my little sister renting this movie from Blockbuster, like, all the time. It was either that or we're watching The Princess and the Goblin. That too was a really weird movie.
We lived above the ground.
Why was The Last Unicorn a box office failure, but is now seen as a cult classic?
That's a good question. Why did that fail? The animation is really good. The art is amazing. The story is also really nice. So why did that fail?
Classic. What stood out about this film to make it so enchanting that it could withstand the test of time? And how many children were scarred by this scene? Mommy, what's hanging off the bird monster? Ooh, how about we watch this other film instead? Wait, not that! This is genuinely a bizarre but very beautiful film.
Yeah.
And if you haven't heard of it before, you're in for quite the treat. So let's check out The Last Unicorn.
What have you done?
Me?
Just
hanging around.
But wait! This video is brought to you by Vessi. Summertime means summer plans.
Oh my
that
god,
means
Ed.
lighter clothing and lighter colors to get you moving throughout the day. I wore a black t-shirt to the park.
There's the coat.
That was a bad idea. I was
Yeah.
cooking like a ham.
If you
the
want-
weather always changes when you least
If you wanna, support him and get a pair of new shoes.
expect it. So while the world may have other plans, your shoes
I hate this
shouldn't.
art.
Which is why anyone looking to consolidate their wardrobe this summer should give Vessi a shot. They're one of the best players in the game when it comes to making shoes that are made for spontaneous plans and travel. One pair of Vessis that I cannot recommend enough is the Stormburst High Top. It's a badass name. I wear these shoes, no joke, every single day. Their pull tab and elastic collar makes it easy to slip them on and off whenever I need to step out of the house quickly. Oh, I need another ice cream cone. There goes the ice cream truck. Where are my Vessis? Something else I also love about Vessi shoes is that there's virtually no break-in period. Their weatherproof knitting stretches to your feet so that you can experience a comfortable fit immediately. Remembering my past experiences with new shoes makes me wish I had found Vessi sooner. It's like a bad ex, you know? Oh, if only I found you beforehand. They're some of the most sleek, comfortable, and best waterproof shoes I've ever owned. Dymatex technology is at the forefront of Vessi innovation. This cool feature keeps your shoes dry during spontaneous weather changes or whenever accidents happen. The toe cap also ensures that your toes won't be getting damp. I'm constantly wearing them, whether it's my routine walks in the morning with my dogs, my sessions at the boxing gym.
This is way too long, my friend. This ad is way too long. Oh my god, way too long. Also, the shoes are plastic, literally plastic. That's why I avoid plastic clothing.
Green to learn more. Thanks again to Vessi for sponsoring this video. And now, back to the video. So what exactly is The Last Unicorn about? Buckle up, this one goes places. In an enchanted forest, a white unicorn overhears two men discussing how she's the only unicorn left in the world. Apparently, the rest of her kind have been banished to the sea by a treacherous creature known as the Red Bull. I know, we're all thinking it. Take a sip. She refuses to believe this at first, but quickly starts looking for answers. The unicorn slowly learns that humans have become completely disillusioned by magic and can't see her for what she is. In fact, the only people who can tell the difference are a handful of magical people. Some with pure-hearted intentions, and some who seek to exploit her. A witch named Mommy Fortuna, sounds like a VTuber's name, traps her during the night, as she wants the unicorn to be a showpiece in her carnival menagerie. Her assistant, Schmendrick, that's another interesting name, isn't exactly the best magician, but he has a good heart and believes that someday real magic will come back once again. Once he discovers the unicorn is the real deal, Schmendrick frees her from a magical cage as they both rush to...
Yeah, the circus was one of the scariest things in the movie. It was really, really scary. As a kid, you know. My 7 or 6 year old me was... when I was watching this movie, I was literally there, you know, scared. But also so fascinated by everything. I mean, look at this thing. Look at the art. This is so beautiful. And unique. This is so good.
Release the other creatures from Mommy Fortuna's control. Lady, I promise you, the money and bragging rights of controlling a magical beast, not worth it. And just like Gaston, she paid the ultimate price for it.
Set me free. Sisters, you and I.
They escape the circus together as Schmendrick explains the Red Bull is owned by the aging King Haggard at his distant castle. Yo, shout out to my boy Christopher Lee. Rest in peace, goat. But on the edge of the kingdom, they run into some outlaws, led by Captain Carley and his wife, Molly Grew. After an admittedly pretty confusing illusion of Robin Hood gallivanting through the camp, Schmendrick is
Oh yeah, I remember that. Oh, I remember this even better. Oh my god, this was crazy. This what you're about to see is very, very crazy. It's something. You have to witness it to believe it. So this tree is going to turn alive because of he's making it alive. I don't know. I don't remember for what reason. I mean, obviously to free himself, but I don't remember what happened exactly.
Shirt and tied to an enchanted tree. This is an exceptionally busty enchanted tree that haunts my nightmares to this day.
Help! Unicorn, where are you?
For some people, they're like, hey, it's not a nightmare, that's a dream. Yeah, I have no words for what happened here. Thankfully, the unicorn shows up to rescue Schmendrick, and they never talk about it again because, yeah, nobody would believe him anyway. Back on their journey, Molly Grew follows them and is completely awestruck seeing a real-life unicorn for the first time. It blows her fucking mind.
How dare you come to me now?
After regaining her composure, Molly joins them on the journey and guides them in the right direction. Now, I did not mention this before, but this movie really likes doing extended travel montages, specifically set to music by America the Band. Strangely enough, they don't use one of their most iconic songs, quote, A Horse with No Name, even though the opportunity is right there. But yeah, it's...
but the soundtrack has the song, The Last Unicorn, which is phenomenal. Oh my god. That when I hear that song, oh my god, it's immediately a flashback to that movie and just amazement. That's how good that song is. Oh my god. It's so good.
Pretty interesting choice as far as music goes, but hey, I can dig it. The group stops on the outskirts of the castle, with the Red Bull finding and chasing down the unicorn. The bull corners her, but Schmendrick panics, saving her by accidentally turning the unicorn into a human woman. This scene is so funny because Molly here is like, "What have you done? You made her human?"
Yeah.
It's like one of the greatest crimes against like nature ever. The unicorn, now named Lady Amalthea, is disturbed by her new form, along with the attention of King Haggard, the aging and isolated ruler of the castle. But she takes a shine to his dashing son, Prince Lear, which is fair. He is voiced by Jeff Bridges after all,
Ooh.
and those sideburns are definitely working for him. Schmendrick replaces King Haggard's previous magician, touting himself as an entertainer, though Haggard admits nothing makes him happy outside of staring at the sea. Sounds ominous, but okay.
Yeah.
As Lady Amalthea, the unicorn is struggling to maintain a sense of
Remember, in the sea, that's where the unicorns are trapped. And he just enjoys looking at them, those trapped little things. His little beauties. Oh my god, it's like Epstein Island. Jesus. Oh god. Oh no. Oh, why did my thoughts go there? That's not good.
Herself. By becoming human, she has lost her immortality as a magical creature. And the longer she stays in this human form, it causes her to forget her purpose. With limited time to spare, she wants to face the bull before she fully loses herself. The next day, King Haggard tells her the story of how the unicorns were captured by the Red Bull. And it turns out that the Red Bull is King Haggard's minion. He demanded the Red Bull capture all the unicorns because he's weirdly obsessed. Lady Amalthea, Molly, and Schmendrick explore the castle, looking for a way to find the Red Bull. But they're stopped by a skeleton with a drinking
Oh, the skeleton is so scary. The skeleton is literally scary. As a kid, when you watch this, oh my gosh, this is such a scary scene. When the skeleton gets drunk on the memory of booze. It's so oh my god, it's just insane. This film is beautiful. If you have never watched it, do it. Literally, just do it. The movie is that good that I have zero. I can recommend this movie to everyone that wants to watch just a good movie. Because it's that good. You will be entertained.
problem and just go with it. Who refuses to show them the way unless they give him some wine? Hey, brother, I've been there. I've not as a skeleton. Well, not yet.
Try me tomorrow. Maybe I'll tell you tomorrow.
They find a secret passage through a clock, but the skeleton alerts King Haggard.
Fun fact, I think the German dub for the skeleton is actually better. The voice is darker, you know, more, has more evil to it. Man, dubbing back in the day for movies in German was actually way better than today, way better.
Who is suddenly hot on their trail. Their only way to survive is going all the way, facing off with the Red Bull once and for all. During their battle, Schmendrick harnesses his magic to turn her back into a unicorn. A giant wave emerges from the sea, taking the bull under the tide, with the other unicorns escaping from the sea and back onto land. The cat.
He forgot some things. The king's son is fighting the Red Bull on the beach. For one reason. Because he's in mad love with the girl, aka the unicorn.
Castle crumbles into the sea, with King Haggard falling in after it. The last unicorn heals the prince and watches him from afar. She reluctantly but gradually accepts her identity restored as a unicorn and runs away to finally be free. Being brave enough to face mortality and restoring hope for all by protecting the other unicorns. She will continue to live in a world that has changed her, but for the better.
Unicorns are in the world again. No sorrow will live in me as long as that joy.
The Last Unicorn is a tragic and beautiful tale that represents hope, humanity, love, and loss in a world riddled with cruelty, loneliness, and despair. While the story itself is enchanting and somber, the visual design and the music written for the production are truly what make this movie such a standout piece for its time. However, just because this dark fairy tale eventually got a happy ending, doesn't mean this film's creation was a rosy experience for everyone.
Oh yeah, here we go. Here we go. Oh, the production must have been horrible.
Because, it wasn't.
But do not mock me.
Now, any established author will tell you that the film adaptation process can be a living hell. Many things can and will be cut or modified for the sake of time to fit the pacing for a movie. And those changes may veer away somewhat from the vision of the author, or go completely off the rails. Do better, The Hobbit trilogy. I'm looking at you. As a book, The Last Unicorn was originally published on March 1st, 1968, and remains a popular and beloved fantasy novel by American author Peter S. Beagle. But he's the first person to admit how difficult writing The Last Unicorn turned out to be. Inspiration first struck Peter when he was 17, after he was given a painting featuring unicorns fighting bulls. Beagle started writing the book in his early 20s, and only got about 85 pages into the first version of it before abandoning the project. But after 2 years, his then wife compelled him to give it another shot, as she wanted to hear how the story ended. He did, and revisiting it paid off in a big way. The Last Unicorn rapidly became a fantasy classic, selling over 6 million copies and being released in more than 25 languages worldwide.
Wow.
Shortly thereafter, buzz started happening around optioning the novel into a film. Beagle only saw it happening as an animated film, as live action wouldn't translate as well.
I mean, that was back in the day. I mean, if it came out in the 80s, there might have been talks about that in the 70s already. So yeah, this in live action wouldn't have worked back then. I mean, it wouldn't these days because everything would be CGI. Man, I hate that everything is CGI these days.
To the story. Yeah, I can't argue with you there. That would have been a nightmare to pull off, considering the amount of fantasy creatures and makeup involved. Offers came and went. He turned down development offers from Lee Mendelsohn and Bal Melendez, the same folks behind animating the Peanuts cartoon specials. But things changed once Beagle was contacted by Michael Chase Walker, an energetic producer who loved the novel and was determined to see it made into a film. Walker even paid him the equivalent of $200,000 in today's money to secure the film's right for it from a previous buyer. Beagle had a very specific condition for getting it made, though. He wanted to write the screenplay to make sure it aligned as closely as possible to his novel. Now, this wasn't an out-of-pocket request. Beagle's first foray into making a screenplay involved working with Chris Conkling on the Ralph Bakshi-directed Lord of the Rings in 1978. Bakshi asked him to do a massive rewrite on the script that still honored the source material as much as they could. Beagle learned some lessons working on Lord of the Rings, though, like how to simplify script details for a visual medium to keep in time with the animation. Beagle and Walker had a plan and the concept art to back it up, but their problems would only grow.
Yeah, look at the art. This looks awesome. This looks great. Doesn't this look like something you would watch as a child, or you would want your children to watch? It does to me. This is awesome.
Grow from there. Given how dark the subject matter was, the duo had an incredibly rough time pitching it around Hollywood. Every major studio in town, from Disney to Warner Brothers, to smaller production houses in between, were not willing to make that kind of gamble on such a niche movie. At the time, the world economy was in a pretty rough spot due to the 1979 energy crisis, inflation, and high unemployment from 1980 to 82, which also included the United States. What's that whole thing about those who don't learn from the past are doomed to repeat it?
Yeah.
Now, there were a few smaller animated production outliers like Don Bluth and Ralph Bakshi, who would just go off and do their own thing. But most major studios were tightening their budgets to be as lean as possible. Their only hope of having the movie become a reality came from an extremely unlikely source. Rankin Bass. Yes, the Sam production company that rules the holiday TV schedule with an iron fist. Or an iron hoof, right? Back then, Rankin Bass was the only animation production company in the US that was making new animated specials and movies with any relative frequency. The majority of their animation work was outsourced to different studios in Japan to save money. However, Beagle was horrified as he had no interest in working with Rankin Bass, stating, quote, "I hated everything Rankin and Bass had ever done. Everything. Wow. Didn't like what they'd done to Tolkien. I hate Frost the Flippin' Snowman, let alone Rudolph the What's-It." End quotes.
That's
Those
bad.
are some spicy words.
That's really,
I actually
really bad.
checked this online, and yeah, a whopping 64%, or 23 out of 36 TV specials and films produced by Rankin Bass were some variant of holiday specials up until 1982. So yeah, I kind of get where it's coming from. But they were the only studio who was even willing to take on their pitch. Beagle was deeply concerned he'd be making a huge mistake. He was convinced that Rankin Bass wouldn't be able to adapt to the structure of his screenplay or meet the emotional demands of the story, explaining, quote, "I remember screaming, 'Why didn't you just go all the way and sell it to Hanna-Barbera?' And Michael, the producer, looked immensely sad and said, 'They were next,' end quote." Oh. God damn. Sure, it wasn't an ideal situation, but they saw the writing on the wall. It was now or never. With that...
The thing is, they could have just waited. They could literally just have waited. Just wait. Just wait a couple of years and then do it. I mean, in an economy will always go back up again. Because that's how things work. Economies go like this, you know, in a curve. You know, up and down, up and down, up and down. That's what always happens. So you don't need... If your economy currently is shit, that doesn't mean it will be always shit. It will go up. Unless there are factors, you know, from the outside that influence it into not going up. Like globalism.
In June of 1979, Beagle and Walker made the most of the lean budget that they were offered. They originally asked for a $5 million budget, but ultimately made the entire production for around $3.5 million. That equals out to a little under $12 million today. But man, did they make it work for them. Everybody was on their A-game working on this movie. Rankin Bass somehow got all of their first choices for voice actors by contacting their extensive network of actors from New York and LA, including Mia Farrow as a unicorn and Alan Arkin as Schmendrick. But they somehow managed to get post-Sweeney Todd but pre-Murder, She Wrote Angela Lansbury on speed dial to play Mommy Fortuna. And personally, I think that's awesome. I don't know how they made that magic happen, but we are all better off for it. Both Jeff Bridges and Christopher Lee adored the novel and begged Rankin Bass to be included within the cast. Jeff Bridges even...
Imagine working on something that you actually like. Oh my god. Oh my god, how good must that feel?
Volunteered to perform as the prince for free. And total badass Christopher Lee was such a huge fan that he brought his own dog-eared copy of the book to the audition for King Haggard. He constantly wanted Peter's approval for his line reading and was so dedicated to the project that he dubbed his own lines for the German release.
Da sind sie. Da sind sie. Sie gehören mir. Mir allein.
Damn, Christopher, you're so...
No wonder I liked his voice so much when I was a kid. When I was a kid and I heard that voice, I liked it. I was fascinated by his voice. It sounded so good. And now I know why. It was done by an amazing man. An amazing actor. Great.
Cool! With a very talented crew, and by following Beagle's screenplay to the letter, the production gradually took shape. What would make it truly stand out from the competition was a strong attention to detail in the production designs. The actual animation was done by Topcraft, a Japanese production company made up of former Toei artists. They had been working with Rankin Bass as contract workers since the mid-1970s. And make no mistake, the lead character designers for the film were Lester Abrams at Rankin Bass, and I'm gonna try and not butcher the name here, Sugiyuki Kubo at Topcraft, who adapted the designs to be more animator-friendly. Kubo had been working off and on for Rankin Bass since 1969, working in the animation department for Frosty the Snowman while also providing the animation character design for The Hobbit and the original Thundercat series.
Back! Away with you, you nasty, rotten thing!
The creature and human design is quite striking in Kubo's original concept art.
It's amazing.
I absolutely love the original designs for the bull and the unicorn. They would look so sick airbrushed on the side of a van.
Yes.
Lady Amalthea's design looks like she came straight.
If you would make something with that design today, there would be so much Rule 34 for that. So much.
Straight out of Sailor Moon, with her violet eyes and flowy hair. But we still get some of the classic Rankin Bass visuals and the look of the humans, especially with both Smindrick and Molly. The ethereal nature of the magical creatures have a stark contrast to the more earthy, natural look of the human characters, and that works really well. The background designs were inspired by the work of Dane.
To be fair, I don't remember the dragon. I absolutely don't remember a dragon being in that movie. So, was there even one in the movie? I don't know. Absolutely no memory of that. None.
Illustrator named Cale Nielsen, best known for his fairy tale illustrations and his concept work for the Night on Bald Mountain sequence from Fantasia. Looking at both of them side by side, yeah there are definitely some similarities here.
Yeah.
Right down to the weird harpy boobs out of nowhere.
Yeah.
Inexplicably, the soundtrack has never been formally released in the US. Like, ever. I'm not kidding. The soundtrack, performed by America the Band and written by an American musician, was never actually released in America. Incredible. Now, it did really well in Europe, though.
Oh, yes.
Peaking on the German charts at number 38, which, you know, hey, it's kind of fun, I guess. Anyway, once the movie was finished...
That song, The Last Unicorn, that was so good. Oh, my God. I mean, I said that earlier, right? That song is so good. Look it up on YouTube. Song Last Unicorn. It's so good. Oh my God. You will love that thing. I can guarantee it to you.
Beagle did eventually admit he was wrong, as the final film was so much better than he could have imagined. He gave Rankin Bass credit where credit was due, stating, quote, "I don't know how to react. I was so braced for the worst that I couldn't take in the fact that it was actually a good film. It took several viewings before it finally hit me that they absolutely transcended themselves." End quote. At the time of The Last Unicorn's release, there was a glowing review of the film in the New York Times by writer Janet Maslin, who said, quote, "The Last Unicorn is an unusual children's film in many respects, the chief one being that it's unusually good. This animated fable also features a cast that would do any live-action film proud, a visual style noticeably different from that of other children's fare, and a story filled with genuine sweetness and mystery."
The thing is, she's calling it a children's film. I don't think this is a children's film. This is just a good movie. It's a good film. You can completely enjoy this movie as an adult because it has such a great art style, great animation, great soundtrack. Everything in this movie, there's nothing in this movie that I can think of that is bad. That's how good of a movie this is. And it really doesn't matter how old you are. This movie is worth watching. I absolutely believe that. 100%.
And no one of any age will be immune to the sentiment of the film's final moments, which really are, unexpectedly, touching and memorable. End quote. Critics of the era seem to be able to appreciate The Last Unicorn for what it was. A surprisingly dark film from a production company best known for their holiday fare. But what about the audience? Did they like it too?
No.
Well, that was a little more complicated. There was a huge amount of competition in theaters when the last...
Yeah. Even if you cut out this movie and this movie, going against the first Rambo and against E.T.? Yeah. Yeah, no. In which of these movies you take your children rather? E.T. or The Last Unicorn? The one where you think, oh yeah, maybe I can get something out of it too. This one. Shit.
Unicorn debuted on November 19th, 1982, a week before Thanksgiving in the US. But the movie that really stole its thunder was a re-release of The Empire Strikes Back.
Oh.
Things were even tougher.
Okay, yeah, this movie sadly had no chance. Which is sad.
Had trouble actually acquiring a distributor that would give them the marketing push they needed to be successful. Rankin Bass were initially working with Universal Pictures under their Associated Film Distribution branch, but they got cold feet and dropped the movie at the very last minute. Running out of options, they ended up going with a small Utah-based company called Jensen Farley Pictures. However, that company folded shortly after the movie was released, when JFP filed for Chapter 11 bankruptcy. Damn, these guys really don't get a break, huh?
Yeah. My question is, even if the movie didn't do well in America, what is around the world? That's the question. They can still make a profit without America. But did they? And how much?
String of bad luck. The Last Unicorn opened at number 6 and held that position for 3 weeks, but fell off the top 15 by the time its run ended at 7 weeks in theaters. Being produced for a budget of $3.5 million, it almost broke even, making around $6.4 million in total during its original theatrical run. Despite the struggle...
Only in America or total worldwide?
Struggles and issues the movies had, even Peter was surprised by the staying power of The Last Unicorn, stating, quote, "A couple of years ago, watching a standing room only audience react to the film at an anime convention, I found myself thinking, Christ, the bloody thing's a classic. And that's not a word I use lightly about anything, let alone my own stuff. Given the limitations of the original budget, it is unquestionably the best thing that Rankin Bass ever did. The fact that it still packs people in whenever we schedule a theater showing says a lot." End quote. Yeah, he's not wrong.
Yeah.
Despite how it looks on the surface, The Last Unicorn is not this sugary sweet, low-stakes story for babies.
Oh, it's not. It's not. Like I said earlier, as a kid, I was scared. And I mean, I was so scared that I almost crapped my pants. That's how scared I was. The Red Bull, that thing was scary to me. I really was scared of that thing. And at the same time, completely fascinated. And the harpy was really scary. Really, really scary. So yeah, this was... This is just, oh my god. This is such a throwback to my childhood. This is so... I don't even know how often I've watched this movie. Might that be actually one of the movies I've watched the most in my entire life? This might actually come close to Terminator 1 and 2 times I've watched movies. Terminator 1 and 2 are the movies I have watched the most. And I think this is about the same. I think I might have watched this movie about 10 times. Oh my god. Now you see how much I like this movie, right? Even as a kid, I liked it so much. This is one of these movies, you know, you watch them and, at least for me, it had a massive impact on my life. At least on my childhood, man. I loved that so much. Oh, man. Now I wanna watch it again. Oh.
It made a huge impact by subverting a lot of the tropes and expectations of fantasy films and stories up until that point. There were some added benefits for the crew too. Topcraft nailed down the production pipeline for making a movie and used those lessons to create their own feature films. In fact, their first venture into films after wrapping up on The Last Unicorn was a little movie called Nausicaa of the Valley of the Wind.
I think I've watched that movie once. Man, this looks great.
You heard that right. Many members of Topcraft would later go on to form Studio Ghibli, with Miyazaki, Takahata, and Suzuki at the helm. Back in the US, Rankin Bass continued to make more TV specials well into the late 1980s, but pulled back noticeably with movies, with a 17-year gap between releases. Their follow-up film to Unicorn...
Wait, 17 gap of releases? What? Oh, that's not good.
Unicorn was an incredibly poorly received animated remake of The King and I, released on March 19th, 1999. Guys, do not check this one out. It is astonishingly bad, with a lot of racist caricatures, and deserves to be forgotten. Rankin Bass as a company has been fully defunct since December 17th, 2001, with many of the animators jumping ship over to DreamWorks. But things haven't been great for the author Peter S. Beagle. Much like in the story itself, a lot of nefarious people wanted to control and contain The Last Unicorn for their own monetary gain.
Of course.
Those issues, ironically, mostly stem from creative control and IP rights. The first was between him and Granada Media, his former distribution company for the DVD release of The Last Unicorn. Back when the original negotiations for the film were being made, Peter had signed on to work with ITC Entertainment, a British TV and film distribution company. Their deal was to set up to give Beagle 5% of the profits from the complete animated film, and 5% of the profits from any subsequent merchandising. However, once ITC was bought out by a bigger company called Granada Media International in 1999,
and here we come, they don't honor that contract.
They did not honor the terms of this agreement.
Of course.
By withholding profits and royalties from him. To retaliate, Beagle posted about this on his website in 2006 by putting out a call to action to his fans for their support. And they showed up for him in droves, flooding Granada's website with emails to give him the royalties he had rightfully earned from the home media release. According to Beagle, Granada had a history of screwing over other writers out of their rights and royalties to their published works. A then employee of Granada gave him some off-the-record advice to help force the company to deal with the consequences.
Their understanding with any such project has been simply, we don't pay until it actually gets to a lawsuit.
Beagle eventually...
So just sue them. Yeah, okay.
Did reach a settlement deal with Granada, announcing it publicly at Otakon on July 29th, 2011. But this issue led to another slow burn court case, with Beagle suing his former business manager, Connor Cochran, for a reported total of $52 million.
Jesus.
Now, that kind of figure seems pretty high.
That's massive. Oh my god. And yes, he's now saying, that seems to be high about a film that made almost no money. DVDs and VHS made probably a lot of money. And merchandise.
But considering the debacle involving Granada, it sounds like Beagle was trying to recoup the substantial losses of Cochran, who didn't seem to be advocating for his own client properly. According to Vice writer Beth Weingartner, Cochran had started working for Beagle in 2001. During this time, Peter was at a low point, struggling to get through a messy divorce, only making around $20,000 in royalties from his published works, and is over $200,000 in debt. Based on this PR Newswire article, Cochran was allegedly undermining Beagle's mental faculties to manipulate him into handing over monetary control of his IP, saying Peter was too far gone mentally to handle the ins and outs of further business deals. In reality, he was using Beagle's name, published works, and reputation as his own personal piggy bank by pocketing most of it in an elaborate sham company called Conlon Press. As quoted in the same article, Beagle stated how common this kind of financial abuse can be in the literary world. Quote, I've known older people who were seriously abused, so I can understand on a bad day the self-doubt, the terror. Writers don't know how we do what we do. We don't know what it was that came and then left us. That makes it awfully easy for us to believe the doubt even when it shouldn't be there. End quote.
Yeah.
The only genuinely helpful thing Connor seemed to do for Peter was show him how many
writers are really fucked. Really fucked. I think they should always just make a law. The writers always own the rights to their work. There. Thing is done.
longtime fans still cared about his work. People who thankfully recognized he was being exploited by his own manager. In my research, I found personal accounts from dozens of fans who had ordered a deluxe copy of The Last Unicorn or his other books, but never received them or got a refund.
Oh.
One person was so pissed off, they actually recorded the voicemail Connor left on their answering machine.
Oh.
Hi, Heather. This is Connor Cochran with Common Press. I just sent you an email that explains everything. You're going to get your refund and you're going to get your book. There's been a lot going on because of Peter's medical condition and we fall out from that.
Beagle finally sued Cochran in 2015, accusing him of severe misconduct as his manager, including fraud, financial elder abuse, slander, and breach of fiduciary duty. The legal battle for this case lasted 4 years.
Oh boy.
Ultimately, the judge ruled in favor of Beagle, awarding him $332,000 in damages. But this wasn't the happy ending Beagle was hoping for. In a classic cruel irony, Connor declared bankruptcy 16 hours before the case was finalized, releasing him of personal liability. Wow, what an absolute asshole.
Yeah, what a piece of shit.
Go away! We're having a good time until you showed up, cheapers!
Beagle never got the money he was rightfully owed back then. But ultimately, he finally got the full IP rights back to The Last Unicorn in February of 2021. It obviously wouldn't make up for all of the lost revenue over the years, but at the very least, he finally had his unicorn back where she belonged.
Oh, you stay.
Now, the question is,
You stay.
is he making money
In
out
conclusion,
of it?
during that whole ordeal and after it, there was some discussion on the potential of making a live-action CGI hybrid remake of The Last Unicorn. There were rumors of a reboot at the 2002 Cannes Film Festival. But due to the IP rights issues and Christopher Lee's passing in 2016, the project has been essentially canceled. There's still a fair amount of leftover production materials and a concept trailer, thanks to the Lost Media Wiki. But as of now, nothing has been set in stone to revisit it just yet. However, there's still a chance that it could happen in the future. Before getting to this topic, I never would have guessed how complicated the history of this movie would be. But I guess in a lot of ways, it's kind of fitting. There was so much love and dedication that went into the creation of The Last Unicorn that makes me really respect that it even exists at all. Now, I wouldn't say it's a perfect film, but it's one that had miraculously survived a tremendous amount of hardship.
I mean, look at this. This is beautiful. This is just beautiful. This is wonderful to look at.
And grief to earn the reputation it has now. It's not the cleanly happy ending we've come to expect from a fairy tale these days, but I think that makes it all the more satisfying, rare, and memorable. But hey, folks, those are just my thoughts. What did you all think? Tell me down below in the comments. I'll see you all next time.
I think this was a great video. Yeah, this was awesome. Oh my god, this was a throwback. This was such a throwback. Oh my god. I so missed this movie. Oh my god. Oh Jesus. Guys, let me know in the comments. Have you watched this movie? And even more important, have you watched this movie as a kid? And what was your most memorable scene? Did it scare you? Like it scared me. Man, I was fucking scared and I loved this movie. Okay. We're at the end of this video. If you like this and want to see more like this, subscribe. Give it a like. See you next time. Bye bye. That was another video. Boy, boy, boy. Man, I love this. I love this. It's so good. Oh god. Oh man. Cinder City looks like Destiny, The Division and Anthem combined. Guess we have a new video. I guess we have a new video. Oh, I think I have to... Ow. Jesus. Why is it so warm? Why is it so warm here? It shouldn't be like that. Oh boy. Oh. So, how about we watch this video? And that's the last one for today. And then I'm gonna do some laundry. Wait. I wanted to change the day I do my laundry on. It's gonna be Monday when I do the laundry. I really should do the laundry on the days I stream. I really shouldn't. I really shouldn't. Okay. Last video of today. I mean, this looks fine, right? This looks fine. Unreal, I would guess Unreal Engine 5. I mean, look at it. Of course it's Unreal Engine 5. It's from RX Gaming. I guess that's just a YouTuber. Just a YouTuber.
If you've been waiting for another looter shooter to get excited about, then this one might be worth keeping an eye on. With Destiny 2 entering its final era, The Division 3 still feeling a long way off, and Anthem...
I would never play The Division 3. I really like The Division 1 as a single player game. I played The Division 2, just like the first one, as a single player game. But I also think that The Division 2 should have been just an expansion to The Division 1. It makes no sense that you have 2 and soon 3 live service games that are called The Division. That's just retarded. That's just retarded. But yeah, it's Ubisoft, so of course it's retarded.
Well, we all know how that ended. There hasn't really been a brand new looter shooter that's managed to get people really interested, even though...
Huh. I'm interested. I'm definitely interested in this, yes. Absolutely. I wonder why. It's a massive gun.
Games like The First Descendant have found an audience. But do you remember Project LLL? You know, the game that kind of looked like someone smashed together The Division, Destiny and Anthem all together. Well, it's now officially called Cinder City, and the devs have just revealed a brand new overview talking about exactly what their vision for the game is and what they're building towards. So today, we're going to go over everything we know about Cinder City so far and whether this could actually be the next big looter shooter. Plus,
the next big thing. Oh, it's always... the next big thing. I don't really need the next big thing. I just need something that's nice and good. And I personally would wish this was a single player game. But I would guess it's not.
we've actually gone back through the Gamescom hands-on previews and previous developer interviews to see what's changed since the early reveals. So first of all, what actually is Cinder City? If you're someone that missed the original reveal, Cinder City is still being published by NCSoft and it's still aiming to be a large-scale online third-person shooter with an open...
Told you. It's another live service game. Yeah, great.
...world, cooperative PvE content and MMO-style systems. Now last year, a few people were scared that
the exact thing I don't want in my games.
The game had dropped the multiplayer element as the developers were showing off solo campaign.
Huh! The reasons I want to play the game. just ran across the screen.
Gameplay. But after Gamescom, they clarified that people shouldn't judge the game purely from the story demo. They said if you played the single-player demo, it might be slightly misleading. The campaign is not the primary content of the final project. The majority part will be the open-world online shooter where hundreds of players can play together simultaneously. So I wouldn't worry too much as we're still getting a full online game, which is pretty awesome as we need one. So now that
no thanks.
You know what the game is, let's go through all of the cool stuff that we've learned and discover more from the developer interviews, as there's a lot of information about the setting, the gameplay modes, and the general themes of the game. So starting with the story details, we know rather than taking place hundreds of years in the future, Cinder City is set in an alternative
When this is hundreds of years in the future, why is the tech so primitive?
Of 21st century Seoul, where history's been completely rewritten after a mysterious incident that supposedly originated in the 23rd century. It is a little confusing at first, but the basic idea is an event completely changed humanity's timeline, leaving Seoul, Korea overrun by mutated monsters, powerful criminal organizations, and constant conflict. We can see some of these factions in the trailer and some weird, massive hand things that look pretty cool. And in this, humanity's last line of defense are elite super soldiers known as the Cinder Knights. Humanity's last line of defense are elite super soldiers.
Why does she look like she hasn't even finished school? I mean, I don't complain. I mean, look at this here. You know, we have cursors there. I'm not complaining.
Soldiers known as the Cinder Knights, and this is basically where we come in. We play as Seven, who is one of these soldiers, whose journey begins in a mission to rescue his daughter. We know that things don't go as expected and quickly spiral into something much bigger, with the devs saying that players will eventually uncover hidden truths buried beneath the city itself, and become caught in a conflict that decides the future of humanity. But one thing we actually weren't expecting is just how story-driven the game seems to be. The devs have said we meet a large cast of characters through the campaign, each with their own motives and storylines. So it sounds like they're aiming for something much more cinematic, rather than the usual setup for looter shooters, which is simply running from mission to mission shooting monsters. Also, the cinematics that we've seen so far look really clean as well, so we're impressed there. But another thing that they're pushing in the developer overview is the world itself. According to the devs, Cinder City is built around a massive open...
This is 100% Unreal Engine. I mean, I'm not complaining. I can run it now, unlike before. Yeah, the game looks good. I have no complaints about how the game looks. It's just, you know, oh god, another live service game. Great.
Open version of Seoul that will continue expanding over time. Then from previous interviews, we already know that the playable city is planned to be around 7 by 7 kilometers, which in gaming terms means it's probably going to end up being one of the largest environments we've seen in a shooter like this. This also lines up with what they told press after Gamescom in 2025, where they explained that the campaign isn't the main focus of the game. Instead, the core experience is meant to be a huge shared online world where hundreds of players can exist in the same city together. They even revealed that they've been running internal tests with around 150 to 200 players occupying the same space. It's going to be pretty cool if they can pull this off, because 100...
Now the question is there PvP? I hope not. Please don't make the Arc Raiders mistake.
150 to 200 players is quite a lot compared to the existing looter shooters, which can normally have around 12 to 24 players normally. Then if you're hoping there'll be plenty of things to grind with...
Yeah, because Unreal Engine is not good at having a lot of people running around, seemingly.
With your friends, then this is probably the part where you'll be most interested, because co-op PvE is meant to be one of the biggest pillars of the game. The new developer overview confirms that players will tackle missions together, overcome large-scale encounters, and earn rewards through teamwork. But previous interviews actually went into a lot more detail about what happens when you reach the endgame. They were asked about the endgame content previously, and they said, as for the endgame, it will revolve around PvE content like boss fights. The second element would be instant dungeons that require a certain number of players to join and strategize together. Now we have seen...
Just like The Division.
Plenty of examples of this, like enormous mechanical bosses surrounded by multiple players attacking them from the ground. It kind of reminded us a little bit of MMO world bosses mixed with a sort of Destiny raid vibe, except on a much larger scale. And to be real, this is the type of content that we're actually excited to play. Hopefully the execution of...
This looks actually way more exciting than Ark Raiders. Way more exciting. The gameplay looks more exciting, at least the fighting, you know, the bosses. And at least the characters look more exciting, you know, especially the woman. Especially the woman, if you get what I mean.
It is good though, because sometimes in other games the designers have just thrown in a big mob with no mechanics and a huge health bar and just called it a day, and that sort of thing is never too fun. But for the combat, it does look like a mix of everything, which has us really interested to try it out. There's cover shooting mechanics in a similar way to The Division. There's movement abilities and flashy powers that look very Destiny-like, and the mech combat, as said before, kind of makes us think of Anthem. But from people that actually played the Gamescom build, one of the most consistent things that was said about the combat itself is that it felt better than many expected, even though the game still needed polish in other areas. Then the latest overview describes the combat as being much more cinematic in the full game, and
Wait, combat and classes? There are classes. I don't want to have classes. Oh, don't tell me the classes are gender locked.
Previous interview got some interesting information about how the character system actually works. This game has heroes equipped with different tactical weapons and abilities. The devs have previously said that they're aiming for 9 playable heroes at launch. But when they were asked about whether the game would use the classic MMO trinity, the devs said, "We're trying to diverge from the traditional MMORPG formula. It's rather about specific tactical weapons or skills that characters are equipped with." Then they gave examples like redirecting incoming projectiles back at enemies, or deploying a protective shield dome to defend your squad. Now we actually like this approach because it feels more natural for a shooter type of game, although we will admit we do miss those old school MMO roles where someone was fully committed to being the tank or the healer of the group.
Yes, but... Oh, gee, nice frame. But this is not a fantasy game. You're shooting... Everyone is shooting from afar. And even all these fantasy games back in general, just fantasy games, it's not realistic that, oh yeah, I have the aggro of the monster. And then the guy gets healed and the monster isn't attacking the healer. You know, it's just not, it doesn't make sense.
Overall though, we think that Cinder City is looking much stronger and better than it did a year ago. We're getting more and more interested in it, and we aren't sure if they're dropping the PvP element of the game yet, as it is still early days. There were mentions of PvP style gameplay that would work well, especially if they go for something like the Dark Zone from The Division. That would be awesome. But
yes, I can see that, but please not Ark Raiders. No.
It looks like they're mostly focused on PvE content for the game.
Why I'm so interested in playing the game.
Now, as for when we'll actually get to play it for ourselves though, unfortunately we don't have any updates yet. There's no release date yet, but the developers have said they'll continue sharing updates over the coming months. And considering that the game was playable at Gamescom last year, and now has a much more polished looking developer presentation, it could be coming soon, and they have mentioned that they're interested in running a beta for the game as well. But one thing that's got people talking recently is the PC requirements. When the Steam page went live with the developer overview, some people noticed that the minimum requirements list 32...
What the 32 gigabytes of RAM? Are you crazy? That's way too much. That's literally what I have in my streaming PC. What are they doing while the game is running that needs this much RAM? Or better said, this much. What the fuck? Especially with the RAM prices. Do they really not want people to play their games?
2 gigabytes of RAM. Well, the recommended specs jump all the way up to 64 gigabytes, which is pretty massive for one game. Especially so with today's market where memory prices are so high. And currently, most modern PC games still recommend around 16 gigabytes, maybe 32 gigabytes if they're particularly demanding. So that's 60...
I've never seen a game saying 32 gigs before, ever. This is the first time I've seen that. What, the RAM hog? Yes, this is horrible.
4 gigabyte recommendation is an outlier. But it does seem like this was a mistake, as the dev team have updated the specs to say it was a typo, and the recommended specs are 32GB, not 64. All in all, the game is looking pretty intriguing, and we did think all of you would want to take a peek at it, since we know we have a lot of OG Division and Destiny fans here on the channel. If you are one of those, are you interested in this? We'd love to hear.
To be fair, this looks... When I look at the gameplay, this looks good. When I looked at the character design, this looks good. But it's a live service game. So why would I? Oh my god, I hate live service games. I hate them. If this literally was just a single player game, I would just play it. I wouldn't even think about not playing it because it looks good.
What you're thinking at the moment in general, not just for this game though, but also just the gaming landscape. Will you pick this one up? Are you hoping for a Destiny 3 sort of pipe dream? Or are you waiting for the Division 3? Tell us down below, and if we get any more updates about this one, Cinder City, we'll be sure to keep you posted. And do subscribe down below for more videos on your favourite games coming very, very soon.
So, yeah. I liked everything I have seen with the exception of, live service game. And possibly PvP. These are the things that I don't like. Everything else, I like. This literally looks like a good game. Or a possibly good game. So yeah, I'm actually intrigued. I am intrigued by this game. Looks good. And thank God, attractive woman. That's how you know it's not made in the West. It is attractive woman. Or attractive characters in general. I wouldn't be surprised if they have to censor this stuff for the West, because, I don't know, feminism. Never underestimate how much women hate attractive women. Especially how much ugly women hate attractive women. Man. They're so full of hate. And by the way, let me know in the comments what you think. Is this a kind of game that you would, wanna play? Are you turned off by it being yet another live service game? And did you also like the buttocks? And with that, we are at the end of the video. If you want to see more like this, subscribe. If you liked it, give it a like. See you next time. Bye bye. And another video. I don't know if this is going to be on my gaming channel or if I will put it on my React channel. No idea. No idea. And while you mentioned going back to school earlier, so yesterday I went, before I streamed, I went out to do some grocery store shopping, right? So first I had to go to the bank, and guess what? I saw a bunch of, I would guess you would call them high schoolers, go to school. And of course it was warm, and man, they were bouncy. They were so bouncy. That was a good start into the day. A very good start into the day. I can tell you. Oh my god. What a start into the day. I love the bouncy. Oh, looky, we have another thing. We have watched this already. Gamer sent clear message after devs hire in famous Vogue narrative designer despite abhorrent history. I guess this might be the last video for today. Might be.
Hey, what's up guys, Rook here. So in this video, I'm going to be talking about the dark situation involving State of Decay 3. This is a game that is not released yet. However, a lot of people are celebrating the downfall of its studio. They're essentially saying you reap what you sow. Not because of the gameplay or any previews of this game, rather because of the people they worked with in its development. Now you can see Xbox is reportedly considering shutting down Undead Labs, the developer of State of Decay 3.
Oh, is that, from when is that? 2 weeks ago? When I remember correctly, they shut them down last week. Or this week. I think this week they shut them down. When I remember correctly. So it's a little bit late news.
And people are cheering this on because they worked with Zoe Quinn. Now Zoe Quinn is not just a feminist who injected all of her woke nonsense.
Oh yeah, the story goes, she spread her legs for games journalist, so the games journalist rate her games higher. That's what happened.
Into the gaming industry, working alongside people like Anita Sarkeesian. She is also someone with a very troubled past, including allegations that she essentially traded her body to members of the industry in the games journalism scene for positive reviews of her game. But even darker than that, there was allegations made by Zoe against another developer who shortly after took his own life. Allegations that have not been proven in any form even 7 years later after they were made.
So, a woman lied. Oh, I wonder what else is new.
So yes, a lot of people are disgusted that anyone in the industry would have the nerve to hire someone like this.
Why? If the entire studio is, you know, leftist, of course they work with her. Of course. There's no surprise here at all. Literally at all. No surprise.
So now I'm going to give you a brief rundown of her history and give a little more depth to it so you can understand why people are so repulsed by this woman. So back in 2014, Zoe Quinn created a game called Depression Quest. Now this game out of the gates got sterling reviews from a lot of people in the industry and a lot of games journalists for
Of course, but let me guess, the players, people that actually played it, they say it's shit.
Reasons that'll be very obvious in just a second. But when it comes to a Depression Quest, you could have just gone to her social media around the time where she was constantly whining about how terrible her life is, how miserable she is, and how much she is affected by trolls and...
Well, that happens if you're a feminist. Your life is shit. It's that simple.
Men and all these awful people who are coming after her. But of course, this sort of rhetoric was great for the Gamergate era, which she was a core part of. Back in 2014, she was alongside Feminist Frequency, trying to demonize men in the industry. Her impact is a very real one on the industry. In fact, she spoke alongside the founder of...
Look how disgusting she looks. She looks horrible. Which is not surprising.
Feminist Frequency, Anita Sarkeesian, before the UN, trying to again attack men in the industry, and both of their impact on the industry is a very real one. These are two very ridiculous, insane individuals, but their impact is something that needs to be recognized, and it's one of the reasons why the industry is what it is today. Now, things would take a very sharp turn for Zoe Quinn about 10 years ago when one of her ex-boyfriends would come forward with a long post documenting with evidence his allegations that during their relationship, Zoe Quinn cheated on him with a multitude of men, including men in the gaming industry and games journalists. And he alleges that some of this was done to basically exchange her body for positive reviews of her game, Depression Quest.
Okay, so how about we read a little bit? I dated Zoe Quinn. I thought she was the most amazing, kind-hearted person in the world. Oh boy, was she wrong. Turns out she was bullcrapping pretty much everything I fell in love with her for. What a surprise. And is actually an unbelievable jerk. Who could have guessed? She lied to and manipulated me for months effortlessly. Because it was not believable that someone could be that selfish of a person, that convincing of a liar, and that good of a manipulator, while completely ignoring the very principles she so adamantly espoused. Oh Jesus, hard word. So I dumped her. Here's some stuff she does in a particular order or tense, which you can verify using the Shadlock images in the footer of Act 1. Oh boy. He brought the Shadlocks. This was a Google Doc before Google Docs were a thing. 1. Spent quite a bit of time talking about how she would never ever cheat on anyone because that violates sexual consent. All the while cheating on me. Who could have guessed that a piece of trash is a piece of trash? 2. With Nathan Grayson and Robin Arnott. That was 3. 4. And Joshua Box. Okay. 5. Who is both her boss and married. Oh. Oh. Yeah. 6. And at least 2 other people whose names are censored, and very probably more, but I won't get into why I believe that. 7. As opposed to informing Joshua's wife, primarily freak out about her own career if his wife goes public. Wait, what? As opposed to informing Joshua's wife. Primarily freak out after her own career if his wife goes public. So Zoe is flipping out if the guy's wife goes public for them. Okay, yeah. 8. Do her goddamn hardest to make sure I didn't sleep with anyone but her while we were broken up. Oh, inevitably success. Inevitably succeed, okay. 9. Sleep with a bunch of people while we were broken up, ignoring all of... Okay, and that's where the screen cuts off. Okay, yeah, makes sense. I mean, she looks like a person that would do that. I mean, right?
In fact, she even slept, allegedly, with her own boss, who was a married man. She knew about that. And she even slept with a Kotaku journalist, according to this...
Imagine how low you have to be to sleep with a games journalist from Kotaku. Man.
Ex-boyfriend. Talk about falling very low. That is a real depression quest. Doing something like that with a Kotaku journalist of all people. But of course, this is the dark part of the story, where in 2019, Zoe Quinn made sexual assault allegations against a developer known as Alec Holoka. And he was immediately severed from his studio that he was the co-founder of. He was completely removed while these allegations were being processed. And tragically, only days later, Alec would take his own life. This was a man with a well-documented history of mental health struggles and someone who is a victim of abuse himself.
So she bullied him into ending himself. She looks like the person that does things like that, yes.
And when things were investigated further, the allegations, well, they almost instantly fell apart. People started looking at Zoe Quinn's allegations, her stories, her public posts, and things were not adding up. In fact, not a single detail of her story has ever been verified.
Oh, who could have guessed?
Nothing has been proven. Here we are 7 years later, and still there has not been one thing proven in her allegations. In fact, looking through her allegations, you can see that the timelines don't even make sense. They don't.
Great. Awesome. And over that, someone ended their life. Great. Awesome. The family of that guy should sue her and the studio, I think. But hey, that's my opinion. I hope that studio went bankrupt. I hope. Fuck them. Fuck them. Man, I hate those people. I truly do.
Add up. On top of that, her own words and her own allegations would contradict themselves. The more she talked, the more people examined her history of statements, the more they realized things weren't adding up and she was contradicting herself over and over again. So seeing that timeline of events, a lot of people really don't like Zoe Quinn. In fact, a lot of people believe she has blood on her hands for what unfolded with this developer she made the allegations against. Unproven allegations as far as we know right now. Yeah. So when it was discovered that Zoe Quinn had a role in the development of State of Decay 3, guess what? People were not happy. And when they found out that their development team might be losing their jobs, they feel very vindicated. And wow, can't imagine why, right, ladies and gentlemen? This sounds very similar to the situation with Slay the Spire 2, which came out to roaring success and immense praise. In fact, this Steam rating was close to 90%.
What happened? What happened? Did she... Oh, don't tell me she worked on that too.
After about a month since this game's release. However, you look now, it's sitting at 56%. And that is almost entirely because of their connection to Anita Sarkeesian, the founder of Feminist Frequency, one of the main players in the whole Gamergate controversy. She was a consultant for this game. And again, here she is, sitting alongside Zoe Quinn before the UN, trying to dismantle the industry. And again, as ridiculous as Anita Sarkeesian is, someone who self-admittedly doesn't even play video games and doesn't even care for them, her impact on the industry is so real and still felt to this day because people were petrified of telling a feminist like her no.
Yeah.
But of course, when people point out that they don't want to support games that are involved with people like Zoe Quinn or Anita Sarkeesian, the usual suspects on Twitter don't seem to understand, or at least they're trying to act like they don't understand why people would boycott those related games. In a viral quote saying this, "Y'all were trying to boycott Slay the Spire 2 over Anita Sarkeesian being in the credits like 6 weeks ago." This tweet is evergreen. It says, "It's amazing how much leftist discourse is just them pretending not to understand things, thus making discourse impossible." It's very simple. People see someone like Anita Sarkeesian who damaged the industry working with a game like Slay the Spire 2, and they don't want to support it because not only does it reflect badly on the studio, it makes it clear that they don't care about gamers. They don't respect gamers if they're hiring someone like her. But of course, there is a level of hypocrisy here. The original poster has chastised people on their own side for not following through on boycotts, like boycotts of McDonald's, basically saying it's embarrassing and that they have no principles. But then when the other side follows through on their morals and actually boycotts things they don't want to support, all of a sudden that is an issue. But also looking at the original poster, they seem familiar, and of course, I remembered they have this infamous tweet where they went mask off a few years ago saying this: "It brings me so much joy to know that you feel like all of your favorite hobbies are being stripped away from you. You will never get what you think you had back, and it's hilarious." So they're just going mask.
So another horrible person who could have guessed. I mean, if I look at the flag, I knew. People with flags in their beside their names, they are always horrible people. Always.
Off. I mean, these people are demons, right? Demons do not create. They only corrupt and destroy.
Yeah.
And that's exactly what this person is spouting on social media. they're making it clear they want to overtake your hobbies, destroy them, claim them, and then laugh at you when you are no longer recognizing the hobby you used to enjoy so much. But people are quoting posts about Zoe Quinn, saying they don't want to support anything to do with her and don't want to support anything to do with Anita Sarkeesian. And the usual suspects are trying to combat that by saying now it's State of Decay 3 over Zoe Quinn, trying to make it sound like it's some unfounded outrage. And of course, people would quote that user saying Zoe Quinn killed a guy. People have a very legitimate reason to not like her showing up in stuff, which seems like the very reasonable approach here. Nobody wants to support anything involving Zoe Quinn for a multitude of reasons. But you can see that previous user providing an excellent rebuttal, just saying, no, she didn't. No, she didn't. I don't believe you. And of course, people are describing the sort of context as to why they're making those related claims about
this guy is another retard. Another retard.
Her and her involvement with Alec, the developer, and his, of course, demise. And the poster here replies saying, cool story.
Yeah,
the empathetic people, right? They hear the context of someone taking their own life and they say, cool story. They asked for context, they got it, they don't like it. It makes them look bad, makes their side look bad, so they dismiss it as a cool story.
Because they are all evil. That's a simple thing. They're just all evil. And or stupid. A lot of them are stupid and evil, to be fair.
But the other user would quote them saying, yeah, she did. She accused a guy of R, despite the story being blatantly fake, considering her timeline never matched up once with posts she herself made on social media. She knew the guy struggled with depressive issues, accused him anyway, then the media circus broke him. And of course, while asking for proof in a different set of replies, someone provided the proof and the context, and well, they just dismissed it. At the end of the day, here's the response from a lot of people. You're boycotting the game where the narrative designer's actions led to a guy offing himself? Yeah, a lot of people are saying that is exactly why I'm boycotting State of Decay 3.
Good.
Okay, this whole situation is very dark, but I think the context is very important because I'm sure a lot of people have not heard of Zoe Quinn. They might just think she's some feminist who was alongside Anita Sarkeesian.
Being a feminist is bad enough. Right? It's bad enough. I would never support that shit.
But her story is a lot darker and a lot more corrupt than a lot of people know or remember. So it's important to understand why people are so reviled by this individual and to look at the disingenuous responses from woke people on social media dismissing the boycott as basically fake outrage, when in reality there's a very good reason, many good reasons, to not like Zoe Quinn and anything she's involved with. Anyone in the industry working with her does not respect you as a gamer whatsoever. And I think it is very appropriate to not support studios working with the likes of her. But for now, that's going to do it for this video. If you enjoyed, please consider giving the video a like. Consider subscribing and turning on notifications for daily uploads, as well as multiple streams a week live here on YouTube. But overall, hope you guys enjoyed the video.
I did. Yeah, this was a good video. So what happened here is they hired a cunt to work for them, and people found out, and now the studio's closed. Microsoft closed the studio last week. This week. I think this week. Might be last week, this week. I think I've heard about it this week. So let's say this week. So the game is dead anyways. So good times. Good times. They deserve to lose all their jobs. Fuck them. Fuck them all. Okay. But now, guys. My throat is hurting really bad. So Ow. So I will call it a day. I will call it a day. Jesus. If you like today's stream, give it a like. If you can on the platform you're on. And if you want to see more, well, subscribe or follow. All depending on where you are. On Twitch, YouTube, or Rumble. Tomorrow we will only play Ark Raiders. I think. Actually, do I even want to play that game? Man, do I even want to play that game? Oh god, that game. Well, the plan is to play that game. Maybe we play something else. I don't know. I don't know. But yeah. I hope you have a good night, good day, good morning, day, evening, night, wherever you are, whatever time zone you are, how late it is. I hope you have a wonderful, wonderful time. Until tomorrow or next week. Bye bye. And now, first Rumble goes. Bye bye Rumble. Then YouTube. Bye bye guys. See you next time. And now it's